Writers often take it upon themselves to understand the world and even explain the world. But what does that mean? The world is complicated, human beings are complicated, and there are two approaches to sense making. One is that you arrive at a simple narrative that is comforting because it is simple and it takes care of the anxiety of complexity. You stick to this narrative no matter what happens and view the world through this frame. This will also find easy acceptance in the wider world because, hey, simple works for everyone. Give us a story we understand, give us certainties, give us black and white. But this is not the approach good writers take. The most attractive thing about complexity is the complexity. Nothing is as it seems. The ground is shifting. Society is in churn. Any generalization you make is false. And grappling with this is where the challenge lies, where the joy is. My guest today falls in the second category. She took many years to write a great book about South Africa, especially the post-apartheid years, and I realized while reading it that nothing is as it seems from the outside. There are layers and layers and layers of trauma and meaning and intention, and no easy arc that we can draw. And actually, every society is like this.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Eve Fairbanks, an American journalist who went to South Africa a decade and a half ago and wrote a great book about it called The Inheritors. In this book, she zooms into the lives of three ordinary South Africans and reveals through their stories both the shape of that society and the human condition itself. I met Eve at a conference I attended in Washington, D.C., found her super interesting, invited her on the show, and voila, 3 cheers for serendipity. In this episode, we discuss not just a brilliant book, but also her life, American society, journalism in America, modern politics, and the craft of writing and reporting. I love this conversation, so will you. But first, let's take a quick commercial break. If I had to define my life in one word, it would be this: procrastination. I have a dozen unwritten books in my head, multiple YouTube shows, even a podcast or two, and I have so much problem with discipline. If you are like me, allow me to offer you a solution. Two dear friends of mine, Deepak Gopalakrishnan, also known as Chuck Gopal, and Utsav Mamoria, have started something called the 6% Club. If you have a project you want to get off the ground, then join the 6% Club, and Chuck and Utsav will help you go from idea to launch in just 45 days. There will be live sessions over weekends, one-on-one personalized mentoring sessions, guest masterclasses, including by me and Krish Ashok, so that you aren't just sitting there dreaming about a project, but actually bringing it to life. Now, let me tell you something. I vouch for these guys. Chuck and Utsav have both been on the Seen and the Unseen, and they are outstanding creators. I have learned a lot from them. And this is so exciting. You will get a 10% discount if you use the sign-up code UNSEEN. In fact, all you have to do is go to the following URL and sign up there. The 6%.club/unseen. That's a 6%.club/unseen, and you'll get 10% off and your project will come to life. Don't wait. You have waited enough. Make it happen. The 6%.club/unseen. Eve, welcome to the Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you.
You just told me moments ago that we are recording just a short distance away, 15 minutes away from where you were born and you grew up. And in your bio page on your website, you've written about, how much you love change. And you've written, I love to tell you what intersection or attic music salon to go to so you can see how a city is changing. Stop quote. And you also wrote this beautiful long piece on District 6 that I'll, link from the show notes, where you see another aspect of change, that what people remember of a city isn't really what a city is. And, when people ask me where I live, and I say Mumbai, but it's such a complicated answer because I think the cities that we live in are just that little sliver which we experience through whatever we do, where you sit to work, where you go to meet people, but that's kind of it. So, speaking of DC, how has this city changed in all these years, and how much of that change is you changing, and how much of that change is America changing, and how much is the city changing?
Yeah, that's almost an impossible question, isn't it? Because we all have different cities. Every inhabitant of a city has a different one. So I grew up in DC. I was born in 1983. My father worked for Reagan in the State Department. So we lived first in the city itself and then just outside DC. And then I left for college and I came back. And I realized, a lot of people who worked for the government stay in just one quarter of the city. I don't know. So DC has these 4 quadrants, and they're all kind of have different identities. And I worked at a magazine called The New Republic. I was a congressional correspondent. I was going from the Capitol Hill back to my office in this northwest quadrant, which you were just saying right before we started recording was you throw a stone one direction and it's an ambassador. You throw a stone another direction, it's a banker. And that's the kind of vision I think a lot of people had of DC. I had one other way to interact with it, which was I sang. I'm Jewish, but I love singing. And so I sang in churches. And every Sunday morning I would sing in a church, which was a very historic church that was starting to develop a kind of more Black congregation. It was in a sort of transition based on the neighborhood that it was in. And I took a bus, it was called the H8 bus, right across the city on Sunday mornings. And this was an amazing bus because as you would travel, it would be hung over people who were recording in a university think tank right now, kind of young people, people who'd gone out the night before, walking the walk of shame. And that would be at the beginning of the bus line. And then slowly, as we moved through these neighborhoods, it would enter these historic Black communities in DC, which I suddenly realized that I had no, I had an intellectual idea of the city. I looked at population figures. I knew technically the statistical demographics of the city, but that's very different from having a feel for it, from knowing the people, from really understanding that makeup. And people would start to get on the bus in these most extraordinary outfits. Absolutely, the people I knew never got dressed up like that, not even for a wedding, with the hats and the kind of monochromatic skirts and fantastical shoes and pinks and blues and beautiful. And it was this whole side to the city that I had never understood, which was its historic Black, which had a very different political life. That community considered DC almost like a southern city, and a city as apart from its political superstructure. The World Bank and the Embassy Row was not their Washington. And I have noticed, though, that now that part of the city has also disappeared over the last 20 years. They've gotten priced out and moved to Maryland, moved into the suburbs. So you have these sort of layers of changes. Washington is changing, I think, faster than any city in the United States other than San Francisco. And I don't really see that written about how that affects American politics, the sort of wealth that's flooded into the city, the tech sector that's flooded into the city. So it's weird to come home. I now live in South Africa. We'll talk about that. But it's weird to come back and visit my mother. She lives 15 minutes from where we're recording, and see, a city that technically is my home city, but I don't feel a connection to it. I don't recognize it. It's changed. It's become so much wealthier. It's become so much, there's restaurants you go to now, like in LA, that are status restaurants where you go to be photographed. I mean, that idea, nobody was dressed to be photographed in their terrible white button downs and lanyards from their think tank jobs. When I was growing up here, it's become much more of a celebrity city, which has really impacted the way that politics works in a sense that's barely been captured, I think.
I'd done an episode with Max Rodenbeck, who used to be editor of The Economist in India, and he grew up in Cairo. So I asked him, what's his idea of home?
Yeah.
And like when he thinks of home, what is home? And he said, home is Cairo, but it's not the Cairo that's there today. It's a Cairo of 40 years ago. So is it kind of like that with you as well? That, that the city that you remember and which you consider my city, or and perhaps that has changed with time, it no longer exists in a sense because, everything is moved. Is that the case, or do you still see deepenings of that in some way? And
it no longer exists at all. Yeah. And maybe that's why, DC, Washington in the United States, it always had a kind of transient quality. I remember, so in 1994, when I was, I guess, 11, my public elementary school had a number of children in it who were the children of Congress people. Now, the city is so much wealthier. They go to private schools, I think, a lot of them. But at that time, they were in public school. And there was a big election in in the country that year that booted out. It was the Newt Gingrich's contract with America. And the Democrats, a lot of these kind of old Southern Democrats were thrown out. And I remember these kids in the middle of the year, because our elections take place in November, but the school year goes from September to June. So my friends just were gone the next week. They had to go back to Oklahoma, back to Alabama. So you never had a sense of hometown permanence. And I guess on the one hand, when people talk about a kind of grief, my mother grew up in Oklahoma, partially. But even sort of other people, they say, they're kind of grieved by how much, let's say the presence of more immigrants or the death of Rust Belt industries, and their cities sort of no longer feel like they think they had felt, they assume they had felt for 100 years, and then suddenly it's feeling differently and you have this sense of loss. In a way, I also don't have that, because that was just constantly happening in Washington. People were getting kicked out with new administrations. You had a population of people from India or, who were here for 4-year World Bank tours or something like that, who then would leave. And so it always had a sense of being like a subway station. Washington, in a certain way. Someone was on the platform with you, then they caught their train. They weren't there anymore. You had to talk to the other person on the other side. So I feel a little bit alienated sometimes from a certain American feeling that, I don't know, something essential, some kind of hometown feeling, something you knew growing up is being lost. Because for me, that was never the American experience. It was always something more coming and going.
What have you felt about how your parents reacted to the change? Because if you look at where their starting point would have been to what the country is today, it's completely different, right down to demographic makeup and everything. So how did they sort of respond to it? Because the pace of change was much slower, obviously. It happened gradually, but it was getting here and now it's gotten here. And
there was always, so my parents were conservatives. My mother is still a Trump voter, and my father is more kind of on the never Trump neoconservative sort of side. And I found when I was a teenager in my early 20s, there was a very millenarian feel all throughout America, maybe more on the right. I remember my father telling me when I was very young that we might be the last generation to read books, and that we would have to kind of potentially squirrel them away in like a basement. I think, and I found this very frightening. He, funny, it kind of panned out, but in a way that he completely didn't think. I mean, he was not foreseeing the rise of social media and the loss of sort of attention spans. He more meant that we were going to enter like a Middle Ages, like a 800-year period of sort of darkness and war and gloom. And there was a real sense of like America in the decline of Rome almost. But when I think about that, and that America had sort of been a great country, but was teetering on the edge, that feeling way predates Trump and his American carnage. And when people sort of date it to that moment, that's very presentist. I remember that being pervasive in the 90s, this feeling of a kind of end stage, post-Constitution, America at its end. And I think there was an experience that was particular to that my parents' generation, which was twofold. First, they were very impacted as children and as teenagers by the nuclear. People joke about it now, but I find it hard to imagine having to do these drills. They did these drills in America where you go under your desk and hide, but you would know that hiding under a desk is in no way going to save you from a nuclear bomb. It's not really, this is an apocalypse drill. But the other thing is that they were growing up in this period where there was a totally unusual low level of immigration. America was whiter than it ever had been from about I stand to be corrected, but the 1930s through the 1970s. So there was a kind of, I don't know, cultural continuity or unity, a sense of a singular American culture, even a consensus that people now look back on with nostalgia as the real way America was, that was in fact an anomaly, right? So I think, my father grew up in Georgia. Macon, Georgia is about an hour and a half from Atlanta. My mother was born in Brooklyn. Her parents were communists, card carrying. Uh, and her father was a science professor and teacher. So he moved out to universities, went out to Oklahoma, and they just had an experience of America that they imprinted as kind of the real, what the country was really like and should be like, and kind of a certain type of unity that was in fact very abnormal. And I think about that a lot. Like, I feel now the country's sort of dominated by a generation that's trying to get back to a norm that wasn't the norm, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of, when I look at America from the outside, at least when it comes to American politics, it seems to me that things got into this surreal, what the fuck happened here kind of zone just a few years ago when, Trump came to power. But before that, everything seemed from the outside pretty normal, and why would anyone have millenarian visions or, think of living in a world without books and all of that? And I won't ask you the reasons for that, but what were the sort of triggers for that? Like, why would someone feel that way? Why would someone feel that civilization as they knew it was threatened? It's surely not just seeing more people of color around you. It can't be something like that. It's like, were there deeper reasons that one felt that way? And is it some kind of cultural strain that is there in America itself?
I think it probably is a cultural strain, and it drives me personally crazy. I'm not saying this is like I think it did look from the outside like things were, the 90s were this kind of peaceful Clintonian, moment, other than the arguing and scandals about his personal life. But there was this kind of aspect of America, this other side of it that I grew up in, that I think a lot of people who looked at America from the outside or were on the left or center left or Democrat, they just didn't experience. And it drives me crazy when that I feel, people didn't have this experience. So I listened to about a couple hours, I'm going to guess every day growing up, to Rush Limbaugh. And he completely gave air to ideas that I think a lot of people think were on the fringe, but they really weren't on the fringe. He was the most popular radio host. He had millions of listeners. So first of all, he had this concept that Bill Clinton ordered the killing of Vince Foster, if you remember that, of his aide, Vince Foster, but also other people. So there was this idea that Bill Clinton was a person who was ordering the killing of his political adversaries. A lot of them, like over 30 of them. Then there was this idea that he talked about that is just memory hold, that he ordered the shooting down of TWA 800. So there was this plane that crashed over Queens in New York, and a big plane with 300 people. And there was a sort of rumor on it that there were some ex-Clinton bodyguards that were on the plane and they were about to come forward and they were silenced. You know what my theory is? One of them. My father also said something to me once. He was a kind of historian of the Soviet Union. He worked a lot on the politics of the Soviet Union. And he once said to me, but in the context of something different, he said, we focus a lot on the losers of a war and how they recover, and the sequelae, and the kind of trying to recover your national identity. So on Germany after World War II, on Japan after World War II, how did they cope with that and kind of come to understand that event in their history and that shame? And we don't focus on the trauma that winning a war can inflict on the winner, in that it's a very easy story that then is sort of foisted on the country. Oh, it's they came out on top, whatever, we move on. When in fact, it's a very traumatic experience to go through a kind of a conflict. And I think that America experienced a real loss with the end of the Cold War that was never kind of conceptualized. And they lost an enemy. They lost a kind of organizing principle. They lost a sense of what they were juxtaposed against. I mean, for 30 years, the United States had organized its identity and its persona and its sense of itself in contrast to the Soviet Union. And that was just then gone in the space of a couple years. And so what are you? What do you really stand for? You then are faced with a situation where you're forced to look at yourself. You can't be looking at the dastardly deeds of your enemy as much. You have to look at your own flaws. And I think that there was a way in which people who had been kind of cold warriors, which was more the Republican Party, they were casting about, what now defines us as a party? What defines us as a movement? What is our politics? What's our purpose? Are we just here to counter abortion? For some people, that's a very big issue, but for a lot of people on the right, frankly, it's not an organizing principle for a political movement or a political philosophy. And what they did was they located their enemies within. So if you look at a lot of the criticism of the left and the criticism of Clinton and the kind of, they were seeing something very Soviet in him, this kind of Stalinist, you bring Beria out to the secret courtyard and pump him full of bullets. You bring down this plane. It was an effort to almost resurrect that enemy, I think. But the thing that made it very terrifying was then the enemy is within, which is scarier, right? We're being brought down by an internal force. So, no, I don't think it's all about race. It's all about seeing. I think there was just a total loss of purpose that was very pervasive that happened in the 1990s and 2000s. And I think it would have been more obvious if 9/11 hadn't happened, which then temporarily gave a sense of, oh, now we're organized around this other external threat. And it kind of put off a sort of sense of, it postponed for about 15 years, a kind of internal agony and reckoning and falling apart that then happened. Does that make any sense? This is my pet theory, and I try to sort of foist this on people, and they say, and I say, maybe you had to have grown up in this, So my father, I understood him as a child as a person whose whole life, all his passions, all his emotion, all his almost eros and thumos and stuff was almost directed at the Cold War, this mission against, to make sure that communism didn't spread and overtake the whole world. And I have such a vivid memory of the coup that happened in August 1991 that basically precipitated the pretty sudden collapse of the Soviet Union. And no matter what experts will say now, virtually nobody predicted it to happen the way it did. There was not a clear understanding in the West of the internal weakness. And I think that was very frightening. You looked at this great empire that turned out to be rotten from within. It was a frightening example, in a sense. And we were on a beach vacation. We were at this beach in South Carolina, and I'd been so looking forward to it. I was 8 years old. I want to be on floaties in the beach with my dad and building sandcastles. And he was glued to the television watching Yeltsin and, these happenings. And I remember saying to him, please come out and play with me, because tomorrow communism will also be collapsing. That was he remembers that too. But the other thing that I remember realizing at that, so young, I expected him to be so thrilled, to be cracking open the champagne bottles, to be having, calling his friends and saying, we have won. The West has won. This is ending. It's going to be the end of Soviet communism. Instead, that moment precipitated for him, for our family, for his group of friends, a real depression. They didn't have something to motivate them, to drive against. It was a very depressing event in a certain sense, in a complex way.
I guess it's the question of what happens when the dog catches a car. But
Yeah.
also, I actually intuitively, I completely agree with you. I think that's a great theory for two reasons. And one is a political one that, the political theorist Carl Schmitt once said that in politics, you always need an other. And
Mm.
as you're pointing out, if your other through the Cold War is the Soviet Union, and then suddenly that game is over and, oh my God, you won, the dog has got the car, then you look for the other internally. And I find echoes of this in our own politics also in India. I find echoes of this in politics everywhere. So I think that's one possible nudge towards this direction. And the other, I think, has to do with human nature. Like, I think we are hardwired to be tribalistic. Those kind of narratives really appeal to us. So we are always making this story in our own heads where I am someone and I stand for something, and there are others. There are other tribes, there are other whatever. So I guess maybe I'm thinking aloud that there's also a psychological need to be against something and to kind of cavil at that. So it's a great theory. And, earlier when you were talking about their coming to terms with sort of the changing world, I was reminded of this great scene from your book. And your book, of course, has many, many great scenes, but there's this great scene where you're quoting a journalist, I think, who enters a taxi and she's sitting in the front with the cab driver who's a black gentleman. And she talks about Muhammad Ali, and then she realizes that he has no idea who Muhammad Ali is. And I think that's very evocative because we often assume that the whole world shares our reality, and therefore our
Mm.
cultural contexts and underpinnings and so on and so forth. So it is not that what a certain generation thought to be normal was actually normal. It is just that that is all that they saw, that was their world. Like what you said about Rush Limbaugh not being fringe. One of the realizations I had in India is that people I thought were the fringe were the mainstream. I was a fringe, right?
Mm.
So I grew up in this English speaking elite class in India cities, and you imagine the world was liberal, secular, everything's great and whatever. And, people who are making communal noises outside or people who just seem overtly bigoted are a fringe. That's literally what we would call them. And it's no threat to us. They're never going to win elections. That was a dominant stream. And I think many people still haven't kind of come to terms with that changing reality. For you, how did the way that you looked at the country change? Like, if you're growing up in a household like this, you're listening to Rush Limbaugh, your dad is working for Reagan, I guess your initial view of the world is kind of within that bubble. And then you mentioned, like, you go to church and there are more and more black singers and the congregation is changing. How was it for you? Like, was it very easy and seamless and you just took in everything by osmosis? Or was there, were there moments where a TIL moment where a layer just got, taken off and you saw the world in a different way?
You know, I have read these studies, which you've probably encountered, which claim that our politics, our political sort of impulses or instincts are some of the most heritable, some of the most genetic. And I find them very disturbing because, what does that really mean for democracy, which is in some sense premised on the concept of persuasion, right? And debate and the idea that people can be brought around to. But at the same time, when I read those studies, they feel kind of true to me because I don't have a great answer for why I grew up in really what was a somewhat narrow kind of political universe where there was a lot of pressure to be conservative and a lot of contempt, honestly, even in the 90s for liberals. And I don't know if I should say this, but we met at this liberalism conference, and there were a lot of people there who I would have read in magazines like the Weekly Standard and stuff in the 90s who, were there sort of celebrating liberalism and the sort of needing to preserve liberalism. And for me, it was this weird experience because those were people that I remember as like shitting on liberalism and, so much when I was, and having such a kind of contempt for liberals, for the left. The word has come to maybe have a different valence now in the US, but, and again, I listened to conservative talk radio, and I went to school. My school was pretty far from my house for odd reasons. So it was like a 40-minute drive. So there was a lot of car time to listen to Rush Limbaugh, and I just don't remember it ever really making a ton of sense. I mean, not a sense, but I don't remember having a kind of, encountering a book or a person where that made me a little bit more to the left. It just was like that was always somehow in my nature. It never really settled as an ideology on me properly. So at the same time, though, when I went to college, I went to Yale, and it was very kind of, 90% of the students would have been to the left, although I knew some great conservatives there who were quite outspoken and I think had my thesis advisor was a conservative intellectual, but I was really taken aback by how little they understood about conservatives. So even already then, there was a kind of lack of understanding. I sometimes think that larger countries, that there's a downside where people can kind of, larger cities, larger countries are more diverse statistically, but it's easier to get into a mode where, it's very easy to just find a whole lot of people who are very simpatico intellectually, and the left that I started to encounter, there was an assumption that there was an uncomplicated racism, kind of rump racism that really motivated the right, that, wasn't as simple if you'd grown up with it. So that was startling to me. It was startling how much satisfaction people on the left took at kind of degrading Republican voters, which of course continues. I don't know if that's a feature in India, that sort of self-satisfaction. And I hate to use the word both sides, but you do get that on kind of all sides, because there's also a satisfaction, on the right in America at not being as pretentious as the left, not being as, woke, or having the woke mind virus, being more salt of the earth, very self-satisfied.
I wonder if there's a sort of a part dependence to the political cultures that emerge from the design of the system itself. For example, over here you have a first past post system, you have your presidential system, and the way the design is that it is almost inevitable that you'll have these two dominant parties. And when you have these two dominant parties, you'll have a package of beliefs that are not necessarily coherent together, but they'll become, associated with one party. So, if you're a Democrat, you'll be pro-choice, you'll be for gun control, etc., etc. There's another package of beliefs that just go together with the Republicans, and then you either subscribe to the package or not. It becomes tribalistic. Your narratives become simplistic. It's very easy to then paint the other side as just in an equally simplistic and false way. And I'm just thinking that some of it is perhaps a tragic accident of the system that you end up with. Like, I love the American system for many other reasons, especially, your First Amendment, which protects free speech, the focus on individual freedom. I think those are awesome. I'm really jealous of those. But at the same time, I wonder if there is also this kind of part dependence, which then creates this particular kind of tribalism. Like, I guess tribalism is inescapable, but in a different system where, for example, if government is much more local and you don't have first past the post, if you have a different kind of proportional system, then you have multiple parties, they have to work together, it gets less polarized. What are sort of your thoughts on this?
I really like the phrase tragic accident, because I think in America, we don't think anything is an accident. It's sort of, but I think you're right. I mean, I sort of think tribalism as a principal feature of human nature is overrated. It's overstudied. It's over-conceptualized at the moment. That's my personal view. I live in South Africa. I have for 15 years, since 2009. And that is a country that's supposed to be very tribal. And people almost are perpetually trying to impose a tribal analysis on its politics. The rise of Zulu nationalism and partly that's because people like the word tribal, you associate it with an African country, right? There's a very simple nature to that analysis. And it's not, people really, 80% of the country at least doesn't vote on according to a kind of tribal mentality. It's not that tribe. People are not acting out a kind of tribalism there. I sometimes think tribalism has occurred here in America because the packages, like you say, the packages of beliefs now that are associated with each party are so arbitrary. I love this poet named Wendell Berry. Have you heard of
Yeah,
him?
of course. Yeah.
And he has this odd politics. He's very pro-life. And he's very kind of communist, like he's very labor. He's very anti-corporate, very kind of anti-capitalist. And the way that he articulates this political view is very coherent. Like you can totally see how those two beliefs can go together very naturally and how someone could just have that. But he has no home at all. Like you have to now be kind of pushed into one of these two lines where maybe you're more socially conservative, a little bit more traditional, a little bit, I have friends who I think have a kind of Brad Wilcox, if you know that guy. He's a very interesting scholar who talks about the importance of marriage. It's very pro-marriage. He just wrote a book called Get Married. And he kind of gets branded, he takes it maybe a little far, but these are people who have left-wing economic views, but they have a real feeling for the importance of the marital compact and, I don't know, the historical nature of that, whatever it is. And they have to just they have to decide, is culture or economics more important to them? And it's a very unnatural choice in order to, and so they become more tribal because these tribes now are so irrational. They're clumps of views. The right wing is having a great struggle in the U.S. to move in a more kind of left populist direction economically, but it's still confined by its donors and its old kind of Reaganite. And nothing you're going to vote for in the U.S. really makes a lot of sense. You're lucky. It's also an accident if your political views actually align with one party or the other. So that, I think, promotes tribalism, because then it's just like almost a sports team color type of thing. It's more, do you get what I'm saying? It's more.
No, I totally get what you're saying. Like, I think on the one hand, I agree with you that you can overemphasize the importance of tribalism because we contain multitudes and we have many other knobs which can be, tweaked in various directions. But at the same time, I think over the last decade especially, the tribalism is something, whether it's been amplified by social media and technology is another whole discussion. But that tribalism is much more visible to me in a really tragic way because both in India and in the US, I used to think that there are certain people who stand for certain principles and they will stick by those. And they abandon those principles completely for the sake of tribalism because they've chosen a tribe. I mean, when your dad worked for Reagan and now he's a never Trumper, and that makes complete sense because everything Trump stands for is actually against Reaganite republicanism and the three stools of the Republican Party. Then they've completely turned their back on that, whether it's on free trade or, just every aspect of that. And that has been so bizarre to me over the last 10 years to find that, I might not agree with your principles, but you said you stand for certain principles, and I believe you and I respect that. But then when I find that you don't really care about them at all, you're just part of the tribe and you're going in whatever direction, that in a sense is dispiriting. Like when you speak of Wendell Berry having a particular, being an iconoclast in that sense, I think people like that are outliers who are thinking about issues on their own. I think what happens more is we'll reflexively fall into a particular, into a particular package, and we believe that. I mean, I think we're fooling ourselves also a lot of the time. But yeah, I mean, that's orthogonal. Let's.
No, I mean,
Mm,
I think that's, yeah, I think of, but so in the United States, I'll reveal my parochialism here because I don't know, and you can weigh in, but on the how that this manifests in India. But for instance, my father, I think, had never voted on the presidential level for a Democrat in his entire life. He was born in 1944 until 2020. So in 2016, he didn't like Trump, but he voted for Evan McMullin. If you remember, there was this kind of third party anti-Trump Reaganite Republican candidate. And then my father felt that he'd wasted his vote in a way, and he should have, once Trump won. And so in 2020, he voted for Biden. I've had people who know him ask me, so they'll say, so your dad is now a Democrat. And I'll say, well, no, he's not a Democrat. He really still believes in most of what he believed in, which was a pro, support of the press, support of free speech, but also the health of the press that Trump regularly attacked. Reaganite type of economics, and they'll say, well, if he didn't vote for Trump, then he's a Democrat. And so there's this thinking that you have to, if you're not one, you're the other, and he's not a Democrat. I don't think he would ever say he's a Democrat, but it's very hard to be homeless, in part because you don't feel like you have any power. I see something that I find frustrating is that being a free thinker in the United States, being heterodox, is now becoming its own identity. There's now heterodox institutions. There's a heterodox university, which I find kind of counter to the idea of, there's heterodox donors, there's heterodox institutions. I don't know that it's something that you institutionalize by nature. And yet I think partly it's that if you don't have that in America, you feel like you have no clout. You have no way to lobby. You have no power at all. So, Wendell Berry is a poet who lives in, I can't remember where he lives, Kentucky or Tennessee or something. So he maybe doesn't care. But someone who's really interested in politics, who wants to be a political actor, you do get streamlined one way or the other. Does that have any counterpart in India?
I actually wonder about it. I think about it. I think in India, it's relatively. It's possible to be sort of deracinated from the politics, but it's getting a little harder. And that is going to be my next question, that from the outside, from a distance, the discourse here seems incredibly polarized. And therefore, if you entered a discourse, but you're on neither one side nor the other, then you're just going to get cancelled by everyone. But is there a social cost to being an independent thinker? Because as an independent thinker, you never actually find a tribe. Like I remember this great letter someone wrote to The Economist. The Economist had described atheism as a belief system. And this person wrote in arguing quite correctly that atheism is no more a belief system than not collecting stamps as a hobby, right? You don't have, so there's no organization for people who don't collect
So
stamps,
funny,
and
yeah.
you will not find non-conformists finding a committee together, right? It just doesn't make sense. So is there an incentive to conform to one tribe or the other over here? Is there a social cost to just being saying a pox on all your camps?
I think there's a huge incentive, and I think it's subtler than some of the kind of cancel culture. It's still rare that someone would have the platform that they would be actually fired from a job for saying the wrong thing, or, these cases that are put out in the media, or that they can't perform comedy anymore, whatever it is. But I do think you don't want to seem I just read this wonderful book by C.S. Lewis, The Four Loves, where he talks in one chapter about friendship. And he describes friendship. I'm going to butcher it, so people must just read this very short little chapter. It's a beautiful chapter on the essence of friendship and the kind of underrating of friendship. And he talks about friendship is basically when you encounter someone and there's this feeling of, I never knew someone else thought the same way. I never knew that someone had the same structure of mind. I never knew that someone had the same X. And when so much is politicized, when you have such a sort of complex political thing where we're supposed to have, even an ordinary person is supposed to have views on free trade and abortion and all these things that you might frankly not feel that strongly about or really understand, or what marginal tax rate should be applied to corporations. And it's going to be extremely difficult to find other people who have just the same, kind of. So you stay quiet about most things. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't really know why. I read a lot of old newspapers and old kind of advice columns. I love reading advice columns from the 19th century and seeing what they so it was more like a social life, and in a way, maybe it's a feature of there being less obvious class. I think that people in the United States were much more stratified by class in the 19th century. You just wouldn't really have a friend or have any overlap or have any tribal kind of affiliations with someone who wasn't in your class, realistically. And now you might, and that's a good thing in a way, but people are now looking more for kind of a political allegiance.
I must read that essay on friendship. Common interests isn't when I find someone who likes, say, Mark Strand and Tom Waits, straight away I know, okay, we can be friends.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
yeah.
So,
because that stands for something also.
Yeah,
and it stands for a certain type of emotional resonance. And
is there something like that for you?
I think that no. I mean, I think that I've tried to find friends with whom I share fewer common interests for whatever reason, in order to, but I've started to realize, so I turned 40, and that I maybe had especially when I was reading this idea of friendship, I thought, because I think maybe I had too anthropological an idea of friendship, that there was always a bit of a distance, that there is something that you're learning from a friend, you're being sort of challenged by them. But in the end, there is an ease with a friend who just, what would it be? John Donne, and even like Jonathan Franzen. If it's a woman who loves Jonathan Franzen, that's kind of rare. So, you kind of know that someone is seeing through similar lenses, I think.
Let's talk about your childhood. Take me back to your childhood. What kind of home did you grow up in? What was it like? What was your relationship with your mom and your dad? You've got a really complicated mother-daughter relationship in your book. So what was it like for you? How did that play out?
It's interesting that you identify that. So the book I wrote was on South Africa. I'm quite present in it as sort of an observer. But there's not a ton. There's an introduction that's about me. And then it's kind of what I'm witnessing in South Africa. But and so I didn't think I'd written that much about my mother, but then my mother read the book and thought, and said that was not true.
No, what I meant was not about your mother, but Malaika and her mother.
Yeah, I think so. There's a relationship in the book between a mother who grew up in one political regime, really grew up in one country, and gave birth to a daughter at the cusp of the birth of another country. So her daughter would grow up in another country. Even though it was the same country territorially, it was a totally different nation. And I think I felt so much for their dynamic and their deep love and their tensions for one another. It was she later had a son, this woman, but it was her only daughter, and they had a very deep relationship that I think had some overlap with my my family. So I was an only child. My parents had me quite late, at 39, 40. And you get two things as an only child. On the one hand, you get an extraordinary concentration of love and input and attention and kind of intensity of parenting. And then there's the downside of that, which is a huge amount of kind of expectations. And, you're the one person who's going to carry this whole family forward. And I think it was an unusual upbringing. I mean, my parents also did not have a great relationship with each other. And they sought, and I don't mean this in a weird way at all, but they sought types of interactions with me that were very adult, that they weren't able to have with each other. And that was also maybe like a blessing in some respects, because I remember my father having very intellectual or very sort of, I don't know, adult types of discussions with me when I was so young, 6, 7, 8, 9, about books that he was reading and books that, he liked. He was someone who never fit in academia because he could never focus. But he had an unbelievably wide range of interests, from kind of the Bible to poetry to even, I remember him taking my science textbooks and saying, God, it's so interesting, photosynthesis, the Krebs cycle, and everything was really alive for him. Learning was really almost sensual for him. He didn't really have, he wasn't like a dad, for better and for worse. I never saw a father who plopped in front of the TV and watched sports. He never seemed to need to decompress. His hobby was reading Plato in the ancient Greek and trying to kind of get through it, being, in his rocking chair, I remember. But it made, for me, there was no real divide between his work life and his other life. There was no divide. There was no such thing for him as a career. He just saw it all as he was a person in the world who was trying to understand the world and then interact with it and push it a little bit in the direction that he thought was more free and more ethical and more whatever, beautiful. And so there was no distinction between what one did for work and play. And that for me was, I don't know, it was the norm. And then when I realized that people my age were thinking about their work life and their work-life balance, and that life was something, your work wasn't life. It was something that it was for me very strange. You would spend most of your waking hours, 8 to, if you're very ambitious, starting out in finance or something, 8 to 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours a day, tech startup, in something that wasn't your life. I just didn't understand that. And I suppose that writing, I never sort of had a dream to be a writer. I had a boyfriend in my 20s who he watched this musical called Newsies, which had these kind of journalists, at typewriters. It was a bit retro, but at typewriters wearing the newsboy caps and the suspenders with the pipes. And he had the whole identity that he wanted to step into that. I never had that sense, but I also, maybe you encountered in this book I wrote on South Africa, where I write a lot about people that I encountered at parties. I write about my friends. I write, often I'll anonymize them. I write about like romantic interactions that I had. Everything is sort of contiguous with, there's not like an interview that you're doing and then you go home and it's not part of what you're seeing. So it turned out to be a line of work, I guess, and a way to spend one's time that seemed natural if one just doesn't think of having a job, I guess.
I love that description of your dad because it speaks to me at two levels. And one level is that too many academics I encounter, and honestly, too many people in every field, they get stuck in a particular groove and then they're going on that groove all their lives, and that is their thing, and the rest of the time they are decompressing. So, if you're teaching political science somewhere, that's your whole gig, it's what you do for work. You may not even enjoy it, and then you're watching baseball or soccer or whatever it is you watch here. So, and
Not to dig at sports. My partner is English and he's dragooned me into watching the Premier League.
You've written a great piece about how you watched a World Cup game together. I think France versus Argentina was it?
And I find there's something in it. It's enjoyable, but
No, I also watch a lot of sport. I'm not dissing that.
but we decompress now by watching, the endless TikTok reels. And I had a friend the other day was like, because I was saying, I don't really get TikTok. The videos are so short. Like, it just seems like a lot of them are ads. Even if they're not ads, the person's trying to become an influencer by like getting on the radar of a company that will then pay them to review their clothing or whatever. And she said, "No, you're going to love my TikTok reel. Let me show you, And then she showed me. And it was, I don't want to sound pretentious, but it was such a kind of reprieve from anything that would be understood as life. It was so random. I don't know. And I think about what is it's not to dig, that I even go home and watch cat videos now, but what is it about the way we're living for much of our day that requires us to lie on the bed for an hour and watch cat videos when we don't even have a cat, right?
So I'll digress further here and go down this little TikTok journey. So TikTok first came to India a few years ago at around the same time that cheap broadband became almost ubiquitous across the country. And what that did was that there were a ton of people in villages and small towns and etc., who now got access to the internet at the time TikTok happened, who did not otherwise have that kind of access. And our mainstream entertainment, I always felt, was fueled by elites in either Bombay, if it's Bollywood, or Chennai, if it's Tollywood or whatever, who were at a far remove from most of the people, right? So it was like a top-down vision of entertainment. It was pretty narrow. And in all of these villages and towns, you had these kids looking at TikTok and number one, seeing people just like themselves. Like if you're of an alternate sexuality in a little village, you could be the only person like that. You think you're a freak show. That's, it can be pretty messed up. But then you see people just like you on TikTok. So they're like you. Then you see them creating content. And then that magic moment comes where you realize that you can turn the camera around and you can also create something and express yourself. And I think for a few months, there was such an outpouring of really interesting kinds of creativity. Starting with just a reproduction of memes, you're lip syncing to something, that's where you start. But then all kinds of really interesting art, and I use that word advisedly, just kind of coming out of that. And then something terrible happened, which is that China did an incursion across our border and our prime minister wanted to show his strength, but there was nothing to do apart from banning TikTok. So TikTok got banned. And I thought it was a terrible, tragic moment. But that's a digression. I'll sort of come back to it later. But the question I was sort of getting at about your dad is that one, I love the fact that he's not tied himself down to one thing, that he's multidisciplinary. He's, looking at plant biology, the Quran and the Merovingian era of French history, as you've written somewhere, that he's interested in everything. And I kind of love that. And the second aspect of what I also love is that he's constantly alive, he's doing stuff, which is very much a sense that, what you mentioned in your book, that every once in a while you'll come into the narrative and you can talk about something that happened back home, or you'll be saying, oh, this friend told me this, or oh, my roommate doesn't shampoo, or whatever. And it all melds in beautifully. And is that sort of Do you think that that kind of aliveness, as it were, is it something natural to a person that that's just who you were? Or do you feel that that is something that we need to show intentionality towards and inculcate? Because, and I say this because at a personal level, I've often found that I'm just getting into a groove. I'm doing the same freaking thing. I'm not discovering new
Mm,
things. I'm not learning new things. I'm not meeting new people.
mm.
And it almost becomes like an act of intention that bloody hell, I need to do more of that. What was it like for you? Like, do you think you just A, got it from your dad just by osmosis, that way of looking at the world, or B, that that is just who you were, his personality, or C, did you think about it and work at it?
I think I got it partly from my dad, and not to digress totally. I mean, I think he was a very unusual person. I mean, I remember, so I had like boyfriends in high school who would come over and they would find him so sort of strange. He once, friend come over, who had like a huge water bottle, really weirdly oversized, and he said it was the Merovingian. He said, it looks like a Merovingian pot that these Merovingian rulers, which was an early French, they used to stuff messengers who had a message that they didn't like into these giant pots. And for me, that was the kind of thing that he just sort of said all the time. He had this kind of vast repository of things that he remembered. And I remember some friends of mine, in high school were like, what the heck was that? What a weird thing to say. And I think that he, pre TikTok, he sort of found himself, he found like that comforting reflection of himself in older literature. So in Pascal, who, wrote about religion, but also politics, and, had these sort of wide, Montesquieu, who wrote, or Montaigne, who wrote about politics, but who also wrote these strange essays about whether his cat had consciousness, and kind of contemplating his cat's inner life, and it's
Did his cat have consciousness?
yes, I think. No, the question that I think he realized is impossible to know, and that's a fascinating mystery. And I think it's interesting to ask, why, whether that kind of old literature no longer, whether it's not adequate as a reflection, for people to really find themselves in it, find themselves in a character in Shakespeare, or whether we have too narrow an interpretation of it now in some sense. But in terms of, I think I got that from my dad, but I also had a birth defect when I was born and was told when I was young by principally my dad, and I don't really know, it wasn't stressed over and over, but he used to say, the operation, so this birth defect now has a very high survival rate. It's very fixable, but that wasn't the case before the 70s. The operation was invented in the 50s. It wasn't really that successful. Then they got it going. So he used to always say to me, that nobody is alive older than, 40 or 50 or whatever it was, who ever lived, who had your own experience of the world in human history. I think he was trying to make me feel like I had this interesting, I don't know, experience or something. And also, that without modern medicine, you just, I don't know if he would have said you just would be dead, but like there was that. And it was a weird thing to hear, I think, as a kid, but it also gave the feeling of like, it's a gift, man. Like you don't necessarily have the right. It's not an obvious thing that you just would have life. And so you, in some sense, really wake up every morning and think like, wow, awesome. Like I get to see something interesting today. The world has again woken up for me and I'm in it. And something, is there's something out there that's shifting and weird and unexpected. And so maybe that was a kind of thing. I think so. But I also I don't know. I mean, in terms of the getting in the groove, unfortunately, the other thing is if one has any wish to participate in sort of intellectual life or participate in kind of anything, there's a very big pressure to be a brand. I feel that. So I was, for instance, told by publishers, don't write about South Africa unless you want to be an Africanist, because you're going to need, in order to sell a book about South Africa, you're going to need to talk about it endlessly for the rest of your life, like, and kind of become a expert, and that'll be your niche, and that'll be what you are known for, and you can then be booked onto talk shows and go to conferences and get, monetary opportunities and more than that, like opportunities to have a role in the world. And the world now is so integrated and big, and everyone's jostling for, a position in such a huge universe. TikTok, the universe of TikTok, the universe of Twitter. How are you going to distinguish yourself? You have to have a kind of, and I see a lot of people that I know are very kind of have wide ranging interests and even views that will change, and they get on a track. They get kind of branded for a certain type of idea or commentary or even a column format or podcast format or documentary format or cinematic style or whatever it is. And then you feel you have to keep going with that. Like Andy Warhol, you're just reproducing yourself so there can be, hundreds of yourself out there, I guess, I think. And I don't know, it feels almost impossible to resist. I don't know that I resist it as much as I should, because resisting it can mean obscurity. If you're constantly kind of looking at something new, you're known for writing on a certain topic, and then you say, really, I want to write about, the science of love or something. It's like you're starting again. You're having to build that LinkedIn resume from scratch. Your followers may not follow you. I think it's hard.
I feel, I just recoil so strongly at that view that you have to do one thing and be a brand. I feel like it's a narrow marketing view. I think, there are many things that shape us, but something like this, the anxiety for how we are perceived by others or how successful we are in the world should absolutely sort of not be one of them. And I guess it wasn't for you because that's not why you went into this book in the first place. But just coming back to childhood again, and the shaping of you. What were your curiosities like? Like you mentioned elsewhere that you were, intrigued by the Civil War and you'd go and visit all the Civil War sites and all of that. But what were your curiosities like? What really switched you on, that made you excited?
I'm a big believer in copying. I'm a big believer in mimicry. Like when we're young, if we want to write or something, I think you should start out trying to mimic the people you really like. I think that it can actually be freeing and finding yourself. So I think I copied my dad a lot. He was kind of a hero for me in terms of the hugely wide ranging interests. And so I had this like little kiddie obsession with caves. I tried to create a cave. I learned that caves are created through acid, basically the acid in water, and the kind of acidic elements, lime, cutting through alkaline. That's why lime environments have a lot of beautiful caves. But I didn't have, as a kid, a concept of time, really. So I thought if I put dripped lemon juice for days or maybe weeks on like this piece of limestone that I had, I would make a cave. I didn't really get that, hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know how you'd have a concept of that. So I loved that. I loved certain poets, certain composers. I played the violin. I really fell in love with Bach. I couldn't really play him. It's very, very difficult to really get the structure of it. But I did develop this kind of interest in the Civil War. I don't totally know where it came from. Might have been accidental. So we moved out. My family moved out at a certain point of Washington, mainly to get out of an apartment into a little bit of a larger house. And that was where they could afford. They moved into the suburbs. And in Virginia, it had a very different feel. I feel the land in the state of Virginia is kind of like soaked in blood, soaked in history, soaked in, it kind of exhales this very, very complicated history because it had so much warfare on it. And you drive on these roads at the time, they've renamed some of them, but that were named for Confederate generals. Lee Highway is right around the corner from where we are now. A friend of mine went to Jeb Stuart High School, who was a cavalry man in the Confederacy. So you feel you're surrounded by this, but it was also sort of unspoken. Antietam Battlefield, Manassas Battlefield were 20 minutes from my house. And yet we had a very careful, very abstracted way of learning about the history in school. It was kind of meant to, I think, not trigger. We didn't have that word so much then, but not kind of exhume any dead bodies, dig up any passions that were. It was very a little bit bloodless the way we learned about it, and I loved going to visit those battlefields. I think there was something about American politics when I was growing up that was very kind of principle bound. We talked about these principles of even like free speech or the principle of human life, preservation of human life. And what life do we give kind of precedence to? The life of a mother? Even thinking about what is property. These were the same issues that they were talking about. So is a fetus a mother's property? And yet there was a frustration. I think a lot of Americans wanted our politics to be more European. They perceived of European politics, which of course was very new to Europe, but as very sort of wonky and policy. Europeans were instead talking about the price. Should the surcharge price on milk be this or that? Should the farmers, be given this amount of subsidy? It was very kind of more technocratic. And there was a wish that a lot of people had to have this type of technocratic politics. And yet America resisted this wish. It would come back to this principled. And in a way, the Civil War was a way for me to kind of experience an era where people were just more, it was about, could a human being ever be considered the property of another? Was the freedom of a community to decide what it wanted more greater than the freedom of an individual? Because you have to remember that the South, the American South, prior to the Civil War, they thought that theirs was a fight for freedom. Absolutely. They characterized it that way. They thought they stood for freedom. Now it seems strange to us, but it didn't to them. Why didn't it to them? I was very fascinated by, I had this argument with my mother. She said, if I was living in Germany in the 1930s, I know that I would have resisted Hitler. And I said, man, how can you know that? How can you think that you would have been different? Mustn't we consider that we would have been one of them? Because they were them and they were human beings. And I'm sure some of them were nice people to their families and they loved their children. And we have to ask ourselves, how could, and I would ask myself, well, now we just think it's impossible to believe that one would have thought that they were fighting for the cause of democracy and freedom and be a slave owner. But what would that have been like? How can I imagine myself into that mode? So I guess my curiosity really kind of for a time, it sort of settled in the Civil War, the American Civil War, which I think is why I became interested in a certain point on South Africa, because South Africa was dealing with similar questions of, the white community there thought they had a right to run the country the way that they wanted. They perceived it as almost an issue of their freedom. And and they were headed toward a civil war, and that they then averted. It was a different type of an outcome. Someone once described to me, and I think it's interesting to think in one's own context. I don't know if there's a case like this for India, but he said, I think of South Africa and the United States, and this was not an American. Americans often assume that all other countries have similar politics to theirs. But he said, it was the same equation, different variables. South Africa and the United States, which I think is a really instructive or illuminating way to think about it. They had a similar discourse and similar ideologies playing out with regard to race there, and racial justice and racial conflict. But the different variable were the demographics and the size of the country and other things like that. But yeah.
The question that you just asked, that, you asked your mom about, whether she would have opposed Hitler. The Princeton professor, Robert George, wrote a piece about how he asked a similar question to his students, that if at the time of the Civil War, would you have opposed slavery? And all of them were, of course, yeah, we would have. But, as Abraham Lincoln once himself said, if I was born in the South, I might have taken the other view. And you've got a beautiful piece on Stonewall Jackson, where you write about what a remarkable man he was, and everything about him was something you would admire, except for one thing, which was a position he took on, that crucial issue. And this realization for human complexity, was it always there for you early on? Because it becomes an easy tendency to just judge others as good or bad, and especially, social media exacerbates that in modern times. And the act of judging someone is very appealing to the ego, because the moment I judge you, I am saying I am more virtuous than you, or I am more knowledgeable than you, and so on. So it's tempting. It's a human sort of temptation that there is. But, and I wonder how we grow to a recognition of human complexity. It's obviously there in all of your work, but did you arrive at it over time, or was it sort of inherent early on from your study of history, from reading about men like Jackson and so on?
I think I arrived at it early on, in part because I felt like sort of an outsider in my family, just characterologically. There are kids who I think I see this in my partner's sister's family. There will be a kid who just feels out of place somehow. Like and even like, you wonder if you're adopted or something. You feel like you came from somewhere else. And that's maybe partly genetics or something, some quirk. But maybe it's a bit weirder when you're an only child, because the more kids there are, the more you see that everyone's just different and they're born different. But if you're the only one, it's a bit more alienating. So maybe if you're growing up as an only child with parents who in some ways just don't remind you of yourself at all, in terms of personality, in terms of the way they're reacting to certain things. This is less on the intellectual level than almost, I don't know, how my parents reacted to emergencies, how they related to each other, how they, sought out their friends, or how social they were or weren't, those basic kind of personality traits. And it was very, I found them quite weird. And I think they found me somewhat weird. And yet you have absolutely no choice but to try to get along, but also to try to understand these people. I feel, I see now there's a thing of like no contact, to estrange yourself from parents who are not, quote, serving you, or who are very difficult. I don't know if that is a thing in India. Certainly in the African countries I've lived in, because I've also lived in Kenya, it's much less accepted to cut off your parents, but it's kind of coming as an idea. And that can run the gamut of, you have abusive parents, in which case it's completely, you must. But it can also run all the way down to, you know, my parents voted for Trump. My parents, you know, are annoying. My parents have a different parenting philosophy. My parents, yeah, and I think that's a loss for the child. I guess to me, it was a big benefit to be in such close contact and almost constant kind of intercourse with people who were very different. My mother once said to me, you know, I wouldn't have been surprised if I had a child who, this says something about American politics. If I had a child who'd grown up as and converted to Christianity, I would have thought, well, you know, I guess that's the majority, really. It's the way you go. But I never thought I would give birth to a liberal. I just never imagined it. And I think it's been a powerful experience for her, actually, to has a child who just makes choices that baffle her, that she never would make, you know. And this is actually one of the more superficial choices that I mean, but she said, I just never would have imagined I would have had a child who would have moved to South Africa, moved to Africa. It just was like, I knew nothing about but she now has developed a real love for the country. She's come and visited, spent a lot of time there. And it's kind of decanted a hidden side to herself. I find it interesting. So in the American context, my mother, I think, feels, as I probably feel, I'm probably in the US context like a more standard lefty or center leftist and my mother, she will kind of go along with certain racialized ways of understanding crime, a certain view on immigration that, you know, she's quite positive about East Asian immigration. And the browner a person gets, the less positive, which is very common, I think, in the Republican Party in the US. And I think she's picked that up from her environment. And she used to say things in the US context like racism doesn't exist anymore in America. It's only reverse racism. It's now, you know, white people are disadvantaged. And it never really was such a thing. And getting out of America and going to South Africa, I was singing there. I joined a choir in South Africa.
Wow.
And she came, it was a classical music choir. We were singing a Handel opera and in Cape Town. And she came, she was visiting. So she came in the audience. She came with a friend of mine who is in an ethnic group that's so-called colored, which is a South African term for mixed race. And it's not offensive. It's very complex. Some people like it, some people don't, but they're a very proud colored community. And so Arthur was colored, quite dark-skinned guy. And he was the only person of color visibly in the audience because, I don't know, that type of classical concert, somehow South Africa is still very socially segregated. And so he and my mother sat together and she was so outraged afterwards. She said, you know, Arthur, once or twice he checked his phone, but I think he was trying to take a picture. It wasn't. And the person next to him was just sniffing at him and like looking at him like he should leave. And I think it was racism. And I said, yeah, probably. You know, it's got a profound history of racism that, you know, South Africa, it wouldn't be surprising if that still existed. And her kind of almost compassion for, or even identification with like Black South Africans, she's much more interested in their history, their struggle. It's like that different country can uncover a suppressed other side of your personality. She's a different person there. And so just to come back to your question, probably moving to South Africa, living in another place, I think can't usually, almost always it just uncovers another part of you. It frees other parts of your personality. You're just interacting with a different thing that can then cause the backside of you to become visible to yourself, if that makes sense.
There's a fascinating sort of thing I started thinking about when I did an episode with this Indian writer called Natasha Badwar, and she was speaking about how she and her husband met, and when they started going around, they introduced each other to each other's parents. And she found that his parents were completely different from what he had described, and he found that her parents were completely different from what
Huh.
she had described, because each of them, in their own minds, they had painted a picture of, oh, my mother is like this, and that you're just thinking of them like that. You never look at them as real people who are constantly changing and all that, and ditto with the dad. And there is a thought I sometimes have that most people know their friends much better than they know their parents, acquaintances much better than they know their parents, because they're stuck to that sort of fixed image. So was there a moment where that shift happened, where you started, relating to your parents not as parents for whom you might feel affection or exasperation or resentment or whatever, but as actual human beings who've got love lives and foibles and, as interesting to you as, say, a Deepu or a Malaika or a Christo might be, that, there are so many layers to
Mm.
uncover. Did that happen? How was it? Like, I'm guessing you guys are all friends by now, but
We're not all friends. I mean, my parents are separated. So I think, you know, my parents' marriage ended when I was 23, and they met when they were 14, and so it was an extremely long relationship for the two of them, and I think I was maybe able to see my father more as his own person, as opposed to the kind of, certainly we had what was almost a narrativized dynamic as a family growing up, where like my mom was the villain and my dad was the hero, which wasn't true. But it was hard for me to see. I sort of saw them that way. And I think I I think I was only able to really like have full or kind of full-hearted or something, or kind of three-dimensional relationships with partners, with men, once I sort of released my dad from like the godlike position that he had kind of been in. And so, but I also don't know that I've fully done that. I had a conversation with my partner, who I'd been with for 9 years, where I said, it's strange to me that, because the way he talks about himself is very different from how I perceive him. Like his sense of, I don't know, even his career failures or the opportunities he didn't take, or that he's been too shy, or that it's not the way that I perceive him at all. And I realize he has an image of himself. He has like a self living inside himself that's different from the one that I love in a way. And then it occurred to me that if that's true in one direction, it has to be true the other way. And I thought, I have no idea who this person loves, actually. You hope in a relationship, and I think it's true, that the person like loves you for who you are. That's what you want to feel. And yet on some level, I said to him, you're in a relationship with a person I'll never know. I don't know who you love. I will never know, because my sense of myself, and it's a very weird, on the one hand, it's a bit maybe alienating, but at the same time, I think that mystery, I find my mother in particular, maybe because I kind of had low expectations for her. I mean, we had a difficult relationship. And one in which I felt she was smothering or anxious about me in ways that just that she didn't understand me at all. And also just her worries would kind of take over, or, it was just a lot to me. And I've been surprised by her a lot as an adult. The things that she finds exciting, her sort of capabilities, traveling. We travel together every 18 months or so. We just were in Finland.
wow.
We choose these kind of arbitrary destinations. We're hoping to go to India. She's 80, but she's very I never really knew what a genius she is with languages. And in a way, I think, we can sometimes box in America conservatives as like disinterested in other cultures or close-minded. And I just have realized, I mean, her capacity to sit on the plane with a book, teach yourself Greek, and then have like a legitimate 3-minute conversation, which is long, in this, it's really amazing. So I guess that's one argument for relationships that are not by choice. I don't know that I would have chosen the parents that I did, right? But had I been able to pick them out from a lineup, if but over time, the ability of a person to surprise you is one of the loveliest things. And, I feel that way about my partner too. Sometimes, I don't know, he'll just have a reaction and I'll think, God, I really had no idea you were going to have that view or say that. And that's it's such a pleasure. You never know someone fully.
So I mentioned Mark Strand earlier. I will read out one of my favorite poems by Mark Strand now, which speaks exactly
I
to
love
this.
Mark Strand. I want to know what poem you picked here.
So it's called Harmony in the Boudoir. Harmony in the Boudoir by Mark Strand. After years of marriage, he stands at the foot of the bed and tells his wife that she will never know him, that for everything he says there is more that he does not say, that behind each word he utters there is another word, and hundreds more behind that one. All those unsaid words, he said, contain his true self, which has been betrayed by the superficial self before her. So you see, he says, kicking off his slippers, I am more than what I have led you to believe I am. Oh, you silly man, says his wife, of course you are. I find that just thinking of you having so many selves receding into nothingness is very exciting. That you barely exist as you are couldn't please me more.
Wow. I love that.
This is from his last collection of poems called Almost Invisible. It's prose poems and they're just masterpieces.
I'm not sure I've encountered that poem before. I'm going to look that up.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's sort of talk about your journey into writing. Like, is that something that you always wanted to do, or was it just a part of plunging yourself into life? So you're reading a lot and you're finding out stuff, and then you're getting excited by stories, and that leads you to writing. How did it all come about? Like, did you see yourself as a writer when you were a kid growing up?
You know what's funny, talking about whether we know others and whether we know ourselves, and I have this, like, I always had this line, or this, that I never was that interested in being a writer. I studied political science, and I did like an internship with the U.S. State Department at an embassy. And then I got a job at a job out of college at the New Republic magazine. And my memory is, and my conception is, that I wanted to be an editor, but that the magazine started to assign me. So anyway, I started writing, and then sort of almost backed into that accidentally. I was going through some boxes of old material from my schooling, diaries, and I discovered this little journal. Well, it was a thing that I had to it was like letters that I had to write a teacher. I think a teacher said, had a little assignment when I was 8 in 3rd grade that we had to write letters. I don't know, about how our weekend had gone and how we liked our parents and our relationship with our siblings and our hobbies, whatever it was, just to get us writing, practice our handwriting. And one of them obviously was, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I wrote, I want to be a writer, which not only did I forget it, I suppressed it, because I grew up in an environment in the United States where there was a lot of pressure to achieve. When people did things, they often did competitions. So I studied music, and I would be then enrolled in like music competitions where you would get first place, second place, third place. I was given my first standardized test when I was 6, a test of my abilities that ranked me by contrast to every other American child. Like it put me in a percentile saying, here's in all American children, you are 86th or, 45th or, so you're constantly being ranked in that way, tested. Everything is kind of, about a sort of achievement. And I got very kind of panicky with that. I often didn't do as well as I would hope at those music competitions and feel very disappointed if I got third place instead of first. And I mean, that's, little achiever child, but it's a certain kind of environment that frankly, probably a lot of the people that you talk to in the United States will have grown up in if they ended up at an Ivy League or something like that. And it, for a while, that feeling kind of ruined music for me. It took the pleasure away. It made it about performance, about being watched, about success, about judgment. And I think that there was maybe some intuitive part of me that wanted to hide writing somewhere else, away from that. It's like a theory that I have that some people and then within some people, some desires are a thing I call shade plants. So they can't get too much sun too early. And I've had that theory with some people in dating, is like if it seems too serious too early, they'll kind of freak themselves out and sabotage it or bail, or, that it can't be too hot too soon. It can't be. And I think about that sometimes with the kind of like thing now where we're supposed to wake up in the morning, look at ourselves in the mirror and state our goals out loud or like, put our goals online for accountability from others. And I'm sure sometimes that can help, but sometimes I think we have to hide parts of ourselves from ourselves. So I think I wanted very early on, I was very interested in writing. I also think writing is sort of interesting because the other thing I did was music, and there is this phenomenon in music of prodigies where really a 7-year-old can play with the New York Philharmonic potentially and can kind of seem at least sensitive and quite have a mature style. You can bud so early. I don't know that I've ever read, and maybe someone will challenge me, but something written by someone who turned out to be a wonderful writer before age 16 or 17 that was not total crap. Like somehow kids can't write, actually. There's a woman who was in my elementary school, as it happens, named Sandra Beasley, who's become a wonderful poet. And I found also in this old stuff, this poetry book, like our class had to put together, of little poems we were 11. And I found Sandra Beasley's poem and my poem, and she's like a real wonderful poet. And her poem was so bad. I mean, there was no promise, there was no potential, there was nothing. And I think I like that about writing, that somehow it's an adult enterprise, that it's something you have to have a little experience behind. It cannot fall totally victim to kind of the efforts to make children prodigious. And I don't think. I mean, there are these kids who write like novels, but come on, I don't know. Nothing is any good. Like no poems ever make it into collected works that were written any younger than, I think, 17.
No, I absolutely agree with you, because I think you need two elements to be able to write well. And one is life experience, what the hell do you write about? And the second is craft, and it's bloody hard work. It takes a lot of time to get your craft to the level, where it can combine with your self-reflection and then you come out with something good. But that's it, even with music, people could think of Mozart as a child prodigy at 17, but he was practicing since he was 5, so that like years of work went into the craft because of, the expectations of his dad or whatever his particular toxic circumstance might have been. But I completely buy that. There are things that you just have to grow into. You can't quite force it. But you studied political philosophy in Yale. So how did that come about? Were you interested in it? Did you want to be like your dad, or did you want to be a political philosopher, or were you just going through the motions and that just happens to be what happened? Take me through that.
My mom says I just wanted to be like my dad because she always said, I was the police, I was the bad cop, and your dad was the good cop, and you always wanted to just copy him. I don't know. I certainly didn't want to be an academic. And maybe sometimes like in our 40s and 50s, we only then, God, life is so short. We suddenly realize, that we were in lifelong flight from something that gave us a fright in our childhood. And maybe we shouldn't have been. So, but I thought some of the academics that I saw around my father, it seemed oddly a very political life, these petty politics like Kissinger says about. And so I initially studied English. That was my major. And at least the story that I've developed about why I changed that is that I realized that all the books that I was reading in that course of study were books that I would read anyway. Now, I was maybe having more interesting discussions and stuff in my courses, but it was material that I would do anyway outside of schooling. I had taken a class my freshman year in kind of political thought and read and kind of trudged through Machiavelli and struggled with Rousseau. And I thought to myself, wow, those books were actually quite difficult for me. And I wouldn't just pick them up, frankly, read them on a commute if I'm being honest with myself and really feel like I understood something. And I thought, God, this is the time when I should be forcing myself to encounter things that I won't otherwise do for fun. So I changed my major, which you can do probably in the US system more easily than others. But I remember I didn't have enough courses, so I had to go to the head of the Department of Political Science and to convince him that a class I'd taken on Shakespeare was actually political philosophy because we'd read Coriolanus and we'd read The Tempest. And I don't think I was wrong, but I remember standing there and thinking to myself, this sounds a little bullshitty or something. I obviously and then a history class that I'd taken on Thucydides, I said, that was a political science class. Please add it to my total. But I really wanted to write like a longer piece of writing, a sort of thesis on Lincoln. And the English department would not let me do it, despite him being such a titanically great writer, such a powerful essayist, really, and rhetorician. And so I was sort of in this bullheaded, I was like, well, that's what I want to do my last year of college. And this is the material I want to study and try to write about. And so I have to then get a major that will allow me to do this. So that was why I did that. But I think, I wish that I had done that course of study earlier, because the other thing that I wish that I'd studied that I didn't was religion. Because the way that Americans think about politics, the epic, existential, apocalyptic, millenarian stakes, the vision of a redemptive moment, the vision of unity, the vision of an America that somehow could crest an epic conflict and land in a place, in a sort of Edenic moment, is so Christian. The political vision for America is totally, totally shaped by Christianity. I sometimes tell friends of mine, you have a very Christian way of thinking and a Christian political ideology. And they'll say, what are you talking about? I'm an atheist, and I haven't been in church ever, went once for a wedding. And I say, no, that doesn't matter because it got stripped of the Jesus content. But Trump is absolutely a Jesus figure. His martyrdom, I think a lot. I'll sometimes, when my mom will go about what she likes about Trump, I'll start singing or just reciting the parts of Handel's Messiah. Despised, afflicted, hated by men, and the hate directed at him is what shows him to be a surpassing figure of actual, and so I wish that I had read more Christian. I only encountered that when I was singing at churches, kind of accidentally. I had to sing the liturgy and all of these hymns that embed that.
Christopher Booker has this book called The Seven Basic Plots, where he says there are 7 plots that basically run through everything. And I think what you just described is like these are standard storytelling tropes that Trump is kind of feeding into. Like this is one particular kind of story, and it can find its location in religion and its source there. But there's something primal within us that I think these kind of stories appeal to, which is why religion shaped itself around these stories. Perhaps that's one way of thinking about it.
Maybe when I think about, I don't actually necessarily know enough about, I don't know, certain sort of titanic political figures. I don't want to only equate Trump with dictators or something, because I actually don't know that a fascist.
But that strongman appeal.
Yeah,
Like,
or, someone like Napoleon. I don't know that as much of their appeal, and I don't know about, let's say, a figure like Modi, that as much of their initial appeal, quite as much. There is a thing of coming from like the lower classes or, sort of coming out of nowhere, coming from the bootstraps. I think that can be a very powerful background for a leader, not only because it appeals to the masses, but also because if you are trying to make your way into an elite from not being in there, you have to have the most incredible powers of observation. You have to really know how these people start, work in order to, you have to be an incredibly sensitive, actually, in a sense, an incredible observer. But I don't get the sense, like with the histories I read of Napoleon, that it was so appealing to people that he had been hated or had been persecuted. There's something in the contemporary American context that's a big appeal that I guess it somehow is very Christian to me.
I think, you mentioned Modi. I think a lot of the authoritarian leaders around the world today, feed into that instinctive attraction towards a tribal leader. I mean, we evolved in small tribes. You want your leader to be the biggest badass there is. It doesn't matter what his character is. He's going into war with the other tribe. They're coming at you, and you want the biggest badass there is. And but that's only part of it. All of these people are also tapping into various local and different arrangements of their times, whether it's Modi or Orban or Putin or Trump. And I guess that plays a part. Tell me about your time in journalism. Like one thing I was very surprised by when I was reading your work, I came across this lovely piece you wrote called The Flirting Game, and it's in a different context. But over there at one point you mentioned that some women, because, doing something in a manly arena would almost make the male gaze turn on them in a different kind of way, would actually stick to subjects that women were supposed to write about. And I think this was true of Indian journalism up to maybe 10 years ago, that if you're a woman, you're supposed to do the softer stories, the feature stories, the lifestyle stories. I did an episode with this great political reporter, Sujata Anandan, who sadly died this year. And when she started in the 1980s, she was a complete outlier because she said, fuck you, I will cover politics. This is what I will do. And went on that supposedly, a beat otherwise reserved for men and just did incredible work there. So give me a sense of what journalism was like when you got into it. Like, I imagine one gets into a field with an idealistic view of it, that this is what we will do, this is what reporters do, this is what a newsroom looks like. So, what was a journey from that to whatever it actually was like?
I don't think I had that idealistic feeling at all because my father had such contempt for reporters. Like, he hated the idea of objectivity in the press and the sort of self-righteousness that can surround it, that we are just reporting the objective facts. And he was a very sort of early critic of that idea and of the times and of, so I don't think I had the total starry eyes, but in a way that made me, when I started at the New Republic, it was a very intimate, almost like family-like magazine environment where people socialized a lot. And, we had two writers who were senior writers, and they were maybe, when I was there, like 30. So I would have been 22. And one like ritual was that they would be wrapped in bubble wrap, and then they would like samurai wrestle in the hallways.
Wow.
So it also had this dude vibe. And there were a lot of conflicting expectations for women, I would say. I think that in certain respects, I've wondered whether I advanced a little faster. I was pushed forward a little bit because there was already beginning to be a feeling that there should be more women in harder political reporting. So I think, I got added to the New Republic's team covering the presidential campaigns as one of 3 reporters when I was very young, would have been 24. And I think it's possible that they wanted, 2 dudes and 2 white guys and a woman. That was nice for them. But
you wanted to do it anyway.
I wanted to do it anyway. Absolutely. And obviously the downside I could see with other people sometimes, you maybe worry, is my work really quality, or have I been added, for this reason? But, the thing that I did talk about in that piece that you mentioned was having had some experiences that were all along a spectrum, from what would count as a real Me Too, kind of like assault that probably could have had a criminal charge if I had done that, all the way down to, you'll be at like a conference, or you'll be at a journalist's happy hour, and you'll start having a really great conversation with somebody, and they'll seem to be finding what you're saying really interesting. You just feel, oh gosh, that feeling of simpatico minds, oh, we're really vibing. Like, we're really having an interesting conversation. And I have a new idea for an essay. And, it's just so interesting. And then the person will say, why don't we follow this up? Why don't we get a coffee? Why don't we have a drink? And then the next time you meet, or the time after that, or the time after that, it'll slowly start to kind of dawn on you that the person wants to pick you up. I think this happened to some other people even more than it happened to me. And it's such a subtle, because it wouldn't necessarily culminate in some kind of Harvey Weinstein hotel room flasher thing, but for its very subtlety, be really dispiriting, because you would wonder, was I ever interesting? Was that ever like a really, thing where somebody really wanted to get you on the team and get you writing for this magazine? Or was it a cover for some other motive? And I think Me Too has done a lot in the United States. Almost it's underrated, I think, for the not total degree, but the degree to which it's made that type of dynamic people more aware of it. It's made men more anxious, which is good. I don't think, sometimes, you'll get these pieces where it's, or man or woman writer saying men are now anxious in the workplace. So they should be. You should worry about whether you're really trying to give this young woman writer an opportunity, or frankly, whether you want to sleep with them. You should be anxious about whether that's what your real motive is. So I don't think that's a bad thing. So it's changed enormously. The Washington press corps has shifted. I just see women now as political commentators on TV. I see them as the lead reporters for, on the White House beat for the Post, for the Times. There's been a total change. What has not changed in Washington, and maybe this is true in India, is the class from which reporters are drawn. In fact, I would say you're getting a greater concentration of reporters. This was probably always true for like essayists, that they came from upper class families, but reporters, they used to be able to start at local newspapers and make a living wage, not a great, but like a really living wage, starting at the Richmond Times-Dispatch or the Cincinnati Enquirer, and then move their way up, and coming from, some town in Ohio. Now, the famous thing is you used to get $1 a word for a magazine piece in 1978 in America. And now you get at best $1 a word, but not with inflation, just this $1 still. So that's now however much less it is. And really very few people are able to survive in journalism in their 20s now without family help or spousal help. I remember being on a WhatsApp group for women freelance writers. This WhatsApp group was created after Me Too. And these were women writers who were working to place stories, really deeply reported stories, great work, amazing work in magazines and, on a freelance basis. And there were, I think, 8 of us. And we started then talking not about sexual harassment, but about a wider range of things. And at one point I said, let's have a discussion about income and just how you manage, like, how are you guys setting, a financial goal at the beginning of the year? And then at what point do you take stock and say, God, I'm going to have to do edit some Amazon quarterly reports or some crap, to make it. And how do you balance different types of assignments? And it was like crickets. And then people started weighing in and said, I don't worry about my income at all, because either my spouse is a very highly paid lawyer, or I have a family. And I realized that I had the privilege, in a sense. I lived in South Africa by that point, where my dollar goes a million miles. But that it's just not talked about enough, that so few people who now write about the crises of poverty, the crises of not being able to pay for health care, the crises, and they do so with extremely good intent, but they will never experience the reality. Even me, I don't come from a truly impoverished upbringing or anything like that. And there's just nobody now who's a writer in America who does. It's a really rich man's game.
Almost every woman I've called on the show and every woman who's come on the show has, shown signs of that imposter syndrome. Am I good enough to do this? Why are you calling me on your show? And spoken about their early years struggling through it. How was it for you? Because on the one hand, you kind of expressed your worry that when you were one of the 3 reporters, that are you filling some quota? Are you there because you're a woman? Equally, I guess, from that magnificent essay, I'll link from the show notes. So listeners, please go and read it right now. Also the worry that why are people talking to me? Am I really interesting? Is this really a great piece? Self-doubt is just so common. And I guess self-doubt is even more crippling for women, because you're just trying to navigate this really weird space where you're beginning to realize that there is this extra layer of awareness you have to have, that people's intentions are not always as transparent as yours might be when you're in an interaction. So were there moments of that self-doubt in your writing, in your reporting? How did you kind of get past it, because it's a survivor effect. We see the people who make it past, we don't see the people who don't make it past. Let it get them down.
That's such a truth there. I had less of that as from the fact that I was a woman, and I credit my dad to that. He just never, I don't know, there was never any sense that I don't know how to put this so it doesn't sound that I had to do girl things, that he completely engaged with my interest in military history. And he also just encouraged me to debate with him from a really young age, to disagree with him, to have an argument about the meaning of a text that we'd read. And somehow I remember getting to college, and my mother wanted me to go to an all-girls private high school, which I really was opposed to for probably I wanted to be with cute boys or, but, and one of the rationales for those schools was that girls learn better when they don't feel anxious about competing with boys or worrying about raising their hand. And I remember, I think I was just it was not, I remember just thinking, why would you ever worry about that? And then I got to seminars in college, and I thought to myself, my God, it's true that I'm the only woman raising my hand. And where does this come from, actually? So I will say that I don't feel, at least consciously aware, other than the feeling that there was a certain game in Washington that one had to play with one's sexuality early on. And I don't know that I was always entirely innocent. I mean, I sort of felt, okay, I am seeing women who are made up a certain way, getting certain types of opportunities, especially on TV. And so I guess I need to try that. I found it more difficult, and something that I haven't seen talked about as much, maybe, but once my work started getting attention or praise, I found that anxiety producing. And I've noticed that there can be writers sometimes who write a first book when they're very young, and it is heaped with praise as a breakout talent. It gets the now deceased Guardian First Book Prize, but there used to be that thing. And sometimes those writers really struggle then with a second, they just, I think that people can feel entrapped by having to outdo themselves or even live up to this, because what you like about your own work will never be the same as what's celebrated. But then you see what's celebrated about it, and you think, oh man, I have to now feed that mouth, that beast. Or I have to, you see this is much more talked about in music. Sorry to keep coming back to music, but it's the other world that I know and it's really talked about, is people who win the Van Cliburn Prize in piano, which is a huge prize, and it often is won by very young artists, 19, 22, 24. Van Cliburn himself, after whom the prize was named, was a sort of prodigy who then became an alcoholic, and there was almost this other public self that then he could never live up to. He was always terrified of having to live up to that person. So that's the thing that I've found more difficult as time goes on, and as one keeps going, you can start to be trapped by your own work in a way that I don't see a lot of discussion that might help me, or kind of frankness about that, when I sometimes encounter these writers who, I guess it seems to me that it's pretty clear that they're struggling to follow up on make a sophomore effort, and then I'll ask them, what's going on with you? I'd love to see more of your writing, or they'll have something of like, it's really hard for people to admit, or even, say, well, this new thing I'm working on is just taking a very long time and my editor is annoying and, it got overtaken by events and then I have to rewrite it. And it's a kind of hidden thing, I think. Anyway, that's my feeling.
So when you're writing, I wonder that, when you want to do journalism, there are different aspects to it. And like, I can just thinking aloud, I can think of like three aspects to why you would want to do a story. One aspect is that very shallow one that you see yourself as a journalist who is doing journalism, and there is the glamour to it, or there is whatever you perceive that role to be, and then you get into it. A second aspect is a purer one of the story itself, that you find subject X is interesting and let me delve into that and ask questions, and I'll come up with, the story, and it's going to be a great story, and I'll feel happy when I do the story. And the third aspect is the process itself, that you can just be in love with the process of getting a story, meeting people, asking questions, following curiosity, sitting down, writing draft after draft, etc., etc. So, which of these was most attractive to you, in terms of, I think that a mistake people can make is get drawn in by the shallow notion of what they could be as a journalist or a novelist or a writer or whatever, or the not so shallow notion of what the final work could be. But the real great work really happens where you also start loving the process, enjoying the process. So what was it like for you? Like, I've been a journalist for about a decade and I was more of an editor, and I found the reportage really hard to do because I'm such an introvert. To go out there and talk to people and all of that was just really hard for me. It just didn't come naturally. I had to, it took intentionality. So what was it like for you in terms of, many people will say, I hate the writing, but I love it when it's done, right? So what was it like for you? Did that process also mean something invaluable to you?
I've never liked that line. I think it's Joan Didion. Like, I hate writing, but I like having written.
Yeah.
And I think I don't find that true. I like writing. In a way, I like it. There's a little masochistic. I mean, it's not like I like it like I like going to the ice cream store. And, there are very venal motivations or venal. I don't know if that's the right word, but, I think a lot of journalists, they do want a form of recognition. They want to persuade. I think competition is an underrated motivation, which is why I think it's very important to kind of nurture like environments within publications, within magazines, where there are multiple people who are like on the same beat or who are working the same, who have a similar level of talent or ambition, or so you have competitors. I have a very close friend who's, I think, a brilliant writer in a smaller African country. One of the things that he struggled with is not really having a competitor in his environment. And it can be very motivating to have a nemesis. One of my favorite pieces that I wrote was largely kind of like an FU to another writer who I just felt had written such awful stuff. And I couldn't take it anymore. And I thought this person has to be opposed, and trying to almost like crush that person,
You sound like a man now.
I do. Do I? Oh God. I mean,
Yeah. Didn't mean it as a compliment.
yeah, look, I think sometimes there's a halo of idealism. When I hear at journalism schools, people's motivation for or teachers say why you should go into journalism, it can often sound so altruistic and I don't know that it's always so great to give people such a purist view, because then you get a very warped sense of what it is you're actually doing. I think in show business, you're there to move people and to entertain people, but you're also there to be a star and get some applause and have a light on you. And, the honesty about that, I think, can be useful. That said, I've seen people want to be writers who don't do much writing, like other than, that it's more about wanting that identity. And that some people can have a tremendous discipline and just decide they want to be a published author, start sitting down every morning before the kids wake up or whatever it is, or they go to their job and bashing out a novel and read a lot of books on plotting and stuff and do it. But I think if you're not writing already, by which I mean trying to compose funny and interesting long text messages. I don't mean writing, you have to be sitting and working on a secret epic poem, right? But that you have a real day-to-day pleasure with doing it. I sometimes feel like I think I can have the feeling when I write something that I really enjoy writing that it isn't even written by me. I don't know if you ever experienced that, but that it's almost coming through you, that somehow it came together and you think, holy, wow, I really felt that with the book that I wrote. When I was reaching the end chapter, I thought this whole thing had a superstructure that I was obviously subconsciously doing, but I was also not even consciously aware of, that there were things that I was able to come back to and land on and arrive back at the end that I hadn't even necessarily plotted out or anticipated. This is why I'm not the biggest fan of the outline. The outline is very trapping. It traps you in your conscious understanding of what your your work is going to be. But for me, it was more like I was kind of awed by the work itself had its own life that almost felt like it had come again through me. And so my goal is to make myself as smooth a vessel. You're trying to avoid disruptions. You're trying to be a smooth vessel for something that's coming from artistically from somewhere else. Reporting, that was maybe the thing that I like talking. I sometimes listen to my interviews and I think to myself, God, I wish I hadn't talked so much. But maybe sometimes it can put people at ease if I talk a little about my own relationship to the subject that they're talking about. But I really enjoy new people, unusual places, people's strange stories. I love listening to those and remembering them. So that was the more natural thing for me. I think the hope was to achieve, story and literature above reporting, but using that as a foundation. And that's harder. That's somehow, but again, when you get it kind of, the last thing I'll say about that I find about writing is it runs so counter to a lot of contemporary views about how you achieve, how you meet goals, which is scheduling by an app and making sure that your Apple Watch goes off and you do your 20 minutes at 6 p.m. One of the favorite parts of, in fact, the prologue to this book that I wrote, which I loved, I just enjoyed it, but I wrote it on a vomit bag in a plane. I was just sitting on this plane. I didn't have even, my phone had died, so I couldn't write it out. I didn't have a notebook with me. And suddenly it was just there, unbidden. I've obviously been working on, I suddenly thought, oh my God, that's the way to start this. And the paragraphs were just kind of downloading from somewhere into my head. And I thought, I have to write this down or I'm going to lose it. What resembles paper? Can I borrow a pen from my neighbor? Oh, there's this vomit bag that's actually paper. But it really comes, I think, sort of inspiration and ideas, they come at times that are very unpredictable. When I land on a method to write, as soon as I figure it out, it no longer works. I have to come up with some new method. So you always feel like a kind of hapless beginner. But I think that's part of the fun of it. It's hard to get into a mode. Some people do. This is just my experience, but it's hard to get into a kind of mode where it feels like, hopefully a surgeon might feel, oh, I've done this a million times. It's always the same. An appendix is an appendix. It's rote now. I can be listening to Journey, or a podcast while I'm doing it. it's always much more disorienting. And yet it's kind of fun for that reason.
I often think about the role of the forms that we choose to write in, what they do to us. Like, I've been a columnist where I've had to turn in 800 word pieces. I've been a columnist where I've been able to write 2,500 word essays. I've written one bad book. So I've done a lot of blogging where I used to do like 8 posts a day was my average through a certain 5 year period where
Wow.
5 posts a day, where I did some 8,000 posts in 5 years, and many of them would be really short. And I think about the relationship of form to the work you do, because if it's like, say, an 800 word piece, you've got to be kind of crisp. You can't digress. You can't go too deep. You've got to figure out the essence of it. And, it's got its own requirements. You can really branch out with an essay. With a book, you can go in a different direction. Like, just in terms of podcasting, like the kind of conversation we are having. If this was a half an hour conversation I had to get over and you had to leave,
Yeah.
it would be really different.
Totally different.
It would be damn good because I'd manage it and you're great, but it would be totally different. And I think that shapes not only the work, it also shapes a person, because the kind of thinking that I give myself permission to do when I know I can write 10,000 words about this is really different from the kind of thinking I would do when I know I have only 400 words I have to give it by deadline. What was that experience for you working through forms? Because I guess when you first came into reporting for the New Republic, what was the sort of lens that you worked with, and how did that work? And you've mentioned somewhere else that when you got to this book because you were talking to these people for smaller stories. And then you said that, no, this doesn't fit. I got to do more of these. I got to go in deeper and all of that. So what's your relationship with form as a writer been, and how do you think it shaped you?
Yeah. Well, I had to start pretty short. So I had a page in an actual physical magazine. So, I would be frantically looking to cut like 3 words because they were running over, like it was that time. And I sometimes think we don't think enough about how writing has changed with the internet, where there's not that like constraint.
And a useful constraint is both good and bad.
Yeah. I also did then some blog posts, which I found very fun and that was maybe more about the time. Like you had to, I would be at a hearing. I mean, they weren't very fun events, I will say. It was like a hearing on like fisheries or something, and then I had to go write it up as a blog post, but you just had to it was your first thought. You weren't really agonizing over it. I was reading this book, an Indian American writer, Priya Parker, who writes about parties, basically, how to host like a good party or gathering or conference, basically gathering. It's called The Art of Gathering. It's a great book. And she was writing that basically people who really, there's this kind of industry secret, if you're a person who sets up conferences or a wedding planner, where there's specific numbers of people that for odd reasons just work. And those numbers are 6 for a dinner party, 15, 30, and 150. And then like just a sea of humanity. And when I read that, I thought, man, that's so fascinating, because I've thrown so many dud 10-person dinner parties. And maybe it was just that I didn't have 6 and I didn't have 15. And she had sort of then reasoning as to why that. But I have theories around word length. So I think around 1,000 words is a natural word length. Around 2,500 to 3,000, 25 to 3,500. So that's like a short magazine article or a really long op-ed. There's this fetishization of long form. I don't know if that's the case in India. Maybe Caravan would publish stuff like that. But here, there was this fetishization of the 8,000 word, 7 to 8,000 word big magazine piece. That is a horrible length. It's not short. It's not long. It's so painful. I read many pieces that length. I've written them where I think this really should be a book. And it's just like a dumb summary of a book, or it should be a 2,500 word piece that's just blathering on for way too long. I think 13 to 1,500, 3,500 to 40,000, 35,000 to 40,000, and then like big book length 150,000. And the odd thing is our kind of just tragic accident, arbitrary kind of lengths of stuff don't really I've had many book ideas that would be 40,000, like a short, like a novella. But in nonfiction, there's not really, and it used to be, if you read Montaigne, Rousseau, Thomas Paine's Common Sense, they wrote at that length. That's a natural length for a nonfiction kind of statement, argument.
Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny is 14,000 words.
Oh, interesting. Right,
Yeah.
right. So you do get a few of that, but
Enough.
You get a lot of books where the person is basically been pressured to write to 100,000 words. The one other thing I'll say about form, artists think a lot about the medium. And when I go to an art show, it's just at a gallery with a buddy in New York. And we were being given a tour by a curator, and he was very focused on the medium. Was it this kind of paint? Was it this kind of liquid pigment? Were they using these found objects that they like smeared on the canvas as you do now, And I think that's an element of writing that we don't really consider. So I sometimes write as text messages. So about 80% of the book that you read of mine was written on WhatsApp.
Wow. Oh my God. On your phone?
On my phone. I wrote it on my phone because I felt that writing on, first of all, people will now read on their phones and they read at a different pace than they read on a page. I started to get this idea when I tried to read Moby Dick, and I was trying to read it on my phone and then on a Kindle. And I was like, what the hell is this book? This book stinks. It's terrible. I'm bored. I can't really get into it. And I thought it was my own failing, and then I picked up a paper copy at a used bookstore, and I just loved the book. And I thought, and conversely, I read a Frank Fukuyama book, The Origins of Political Order, on my phone, like on the Kindle app.
That's a big book.
I loved it. I blazed through it. And then I saw it in a bookstore and I thought, holy cow, I don't think I would have finished this book. It's like a doorstop. I would have been intimidated. Had I known that I was only on page 78 of like 1,100 pages, I think I would have become dispirited. But I didn't know. I just was going, And so I also think it's useful for writers, I find, to mix up. If you're stuck, I will sometimes tell people, this is something that I do. I've composed essays in a Twitter, like, window or a Facebook status update window and not post it. And I had one nightmare where Facebook like reloaded and it erased my entire thing because I hadn't but I will then just copy and paste it. I won't post it. But what that does for me is it gives me a more intimate sense that I'm actually talking to people, which can be hard to kind of access. Homer, he used to just deliver his works. Shakespeare, the works were almost immediately delivered before a crowd. Then he would adjust them. You get the intimacy of communicating with people. When we sit with our computer in a Word document, there can be a lack of that. So oddly, I find it just tricks my brain. Like, even if I don't post it, if I'm like on Facebook, I'm aware, I'm seeing little reels pop up I'm like, oh, that's the people who are going to be potentially encountering this work. So I think there's a lot with medium that matters with writing, whether we write, we don't, unlike with those art shows, we don't know when we read something, whether the person has written it by hand, whether they've dictated it, which with some older writers can still be the case, whether they've written it on a laptop, whether they've written it on their phone, which now for columnists, will often be the case. But that does impact the writing.
Long ago, I did write a column on a phone, and I did an episode. Now my memory is so bad I've forgotten with whom, but he told me about this favorite writer of his who came out with a book that was slightly different from the previous book. So he got in touch with him and he said, what happened? Your voice was a little different. And he wrote the whole thing on a treadmill disc. So he was walking while he was writing, and that kind of affected what happened there. And
that's so interesting. Huh.
And so I used to have this hack where, similar to what you're saying, if I would get stuck, which when I was younger, I'd be consumed by the anxiety of what people are going to think of this important piece, and I'd get stuck. And what I would do is I'd just go to my Gmail, I'd hit compose, I'd put my own email ID in the to list, but I'd
Mm.
pretend I was writing a letter to a friend about it.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then it would just flow much more better because there's nothing at stake. You're writing a mail to a friend and it would just be fine. So little hacks to kind of get past yourself. So tell me about how you took that step where 2005 you start with the New Republic, 2009 you're in South Africa. What happened, that took you in that direction? Was it a happy accident? Was it something that built over time?
I think it was a little bit of an accident, but I never expected to come back to DC. There was this whole kind of thing. I don't know, growing up in the suburbs of DC, it was like a place people wanted to get out of. It felt stuffy, stuck up, sort of not as cool as New York or San Francisco. I don't know how it is with New Delhi, but there's places where there's capital cities like Brasilia or like even Pretoria in South Africa, where it's not the coolest city by a long shot. In in the in the country in South Africa, they call Pretoria Snore City because snore in Afrikaans, the language there, also means mustache. So it also has this meaning of like stuffy bureaucrats. So Washington, now it's cooler after Obama, I think, but it had that reputation. So I think when I came back, I wanted the job. I wanted to be working at this magazine, but I always I didn't want to get sort of stuck in DC. And then I had this experience starting to cover the 2008 presidential campaign. So there is a real statistic, and it's no longer totally up to date, but it would have only gotten more extreme, which is that in the last 20 years or something like that, America has lost about a third of its newsroom jobs worldwide, countrywide. So at publications like the Chicago Tribune or the LA Times or as San Francisco Chronicle and smaller ones. And meanwhile, the newsroom jobs in Washington have doubled or tripled. So there's an increasing concentration as national politics has become kind of a soap opera in the United States. There's more reporters concentrated here. And I remember on that 2008 campaign, I went to Iowa where they do the first primary. I was like the third string. I was the junior reporter in this team of 3. So the other 2 were covering the rise of Obama. And I was sent to like Mike Huckabee. I don't know if you remember
Yeah,
him.
of course. Yeah.
They're these kind of forgotten names, these second string candidates and to cover their events. But still, I remember going to a number of events. I had to stalk Mike Huckabee at a barbershop. And there were more. He was like giving a talk while getting his haircut. It's a weird American thing. And there were more reporters there than people. And you got that a lot. And I remember thinking, no matter how good I thought I was, there is no way that I'm really adding value here. Everyone is writing the same story. Plus, you get an ultimately dangerous 2-pronged game whereby tiny things, Biden coughed. That's part of a bigger story. But like Biden's press secretary is getting divorced, or like these tiny things become big scoops because there's not enough food to go around. There's not enough of the actual news at the buffet table for all of the hungry people. So, you get this amplification of tiny dramas that shouldn't really be, and it becomes it's a problematic element of politics. And you get an access game whereby, and you still see this a lot with coverage of Trump and Biden, and whereby reporters are now coming out and saying, I saw Biden in physical decline 6 months ago. It was so obvious. There was a big New York Magazine article about this, where the reporter was just saying all the reporters understood this is really going downhill really fast. Why couldn't we say that because we didn't want to piss the campaign off and the White House off because we're desperate to keep in the good graces. So we get that one little scooplet. A whole competition, press competition in DC, I think is it wasn't something that I felt I was doing well at. And it wasn't something that I felt was really healthy. I don't know which motivation was stronger or weaker, to be honest. But so I was like, I want to go somewhere else. I want to go to a different country that maybe has some parallels to the United States in a minority of respects, but is just completely different. I initially planned to move to India, but then I applied for a writing grant, 2-year writing grant, that they only give it to one person every year. And you propose what country you want to go to, and you make a whole proposal about what you're going to write about. And 2 years earlier, they'd given it to someone to go to India. So I thought strategically, no, I'm not going to get it. So then I started.
This is so horrible. So you could have been in India instead and written a book about us.
I could have, but you know. And so I thought, and so completely tactically, I thought, I don't think I'm going to land this grant, which I need to fund myself. And I wanted a longer, there's smaller reporting grants go for a month, but I wanted a long thing, very few of those. And this was a fantastic opportunity. So I landed instead on South Africa with very little knowledge, relatively speaking, about the country. I was 11 in 1994. My parents were really focused on the former Soviet Union. And even in American schooling, I don't remember there being, I'm sure we learned about Mandela, but not a lot. So I got to South Africa. I had read books and tried to prepare, but I bought a one-way ticket there with this grant, which was basically living expenses. But the interesting thing about this particular grant was you were prohibited from publishing anything about the country for your first year. It was a very weird old school grant where they wanted to avoid the foreign correspondent thing where somebody lands and after 2.5 weeks, they have their big essay on the future of India, right?
Indian forest correspondents talked to the taxi driver on the way from the airport and they filed ads.
Yeah. And I was so worried, we think we have such a short time horizon for ourselves sometimes in our 20s, and people are so nervous about bylines. And I thought, I have to have a byline every 2 weeks. I'm going to vanish. And so I was not happy about this, but I also understood it. And it turned out that it was really amazing because what I did have to do was I had to write a letter every month to the director of this weird organization that existed in a basement in like a weird part of Washington. It's just this old small foundation that has this one writing grant. But the letter would not be published. It was private. But the head of the organization was very demanding and he would like edit them. And he really wanted them to be nice pieces of writing and interesting pieces of reporting. But the great thing about it was that I was able to write about friends to him. I was able to gossip. I was able to write about people that I'd interviewed, but in a way that was more frank than I would maybe write, than I would immediately publish if I wanted to maintain the relationship with them. And so I think if there is a frankness to the final book that I ended up publishing, that probably was born of that method and that particular quirk and eccentricity of this grant. So
let's take a quick break, and on the other side of the break, we'll dive into South Africa.
All right.
Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm sitting here with Eve Fairbanks, who spent many years writing a book so you can spend many hours talking to me. Uh, and tell me about what that early experience in South Africa was like, because you've mentioned that you were working on smaller pieces. You didn't expect this to be a book or it to be this book when you started out. So take me through the process of discovering the story and figuring out that it was a book you wanted to do.
To be totally honest with you, I think I wanted to do a book from the start, but not for good reasons. I hope sometimes we get into things for bad reasons and then we can fix it later. So I think, there was a phenomenon with kind of my generation of writers, American writers, which is you go to another country for 2 years, write a book, and then come back and present it to the United States. So I sort of unthinkingly assumed that I had to do that. So I was always thinking about it, but I knew almost immediately when I got to South Africa that it was going to be a much longer task than an American unthinkingly assumes when one, goes overseas. It's such a complex society with such a kind of thorny history. And more than that, it has a storyline which it's known for. I don't know how many other countries are kind of have a like that they almost constitute a parable on the world stage. So there's this kind of story that they're known for, and almost nobody's personal story and personal experience of the country really fits perfectly into that. So there were a lot of things that people don't feel comfortable saying immediately, kind of disappointments on the one hand, and I found very often things that had gone right for them or things that they were happy about that also didn't fit into a kind of emerging 30 years after the end of apartheid South Africa has been a disappointment, is very violent, is, turning into a harder place for white people to live, hasn't achieved its goals for Black people, that people actually found it hard to complicate that negative story. So it took many, many conversations and even years of knowing people to kind of drill down into their secret opinions and hidden layers of what they really thought about the country that they were living in. So I immediately, I got a book contract pretty quickly, actually. I moved there in 2009. I signed a contract in 2012. And then I began a process of continually not delivering said book until I think that they lost hope that I was ever going to write it. And then it was a pleasant surprise when I sent them a book. But as I mentioned to you, and we just chatted slightly before this, I wrote a version of the book in 2015 that I then scrapped. So, and over the course of the time, I initially was in South Africa on a writing grant. It was a 2-year grant for journalists and academics to kind of, it was a foundation. So there was a toilet magnate, a man who got rich in the 1910s and 1920s producing industrial toilets. Crane, if you sometimes see on a toilet, even overseas, they'll say Crane on it. Anyway, Charles Crane, on his deathbed, realized, I think, he didn't want to be known for toilets. And so he endowed a writing grant right at the time when it seems like a distant memory, but the feeling was that America did not sufficiently meddle in other countries' affairs, that it was too isolationist and, didn't know enough. And so he endowed this writing grant to send, I don't know, even people who were ultimately going to go work in government initially, only men until the 1980s, to go to distant lands and ride about on a camel. But this grant still exists, this endowment still exists, and so they still send people overseas about one every year. So I initially had this writing grant. Then, though, I knew I wanted to stay on, and my task then was to make a living writing. So I was doing magazine pieces and longer reported pieces, essays, shorter op-eds, throughout the process of gathering string for this book.
Did the time factor sort of Was it like a sort of an internal deadline that was there at shit, I have 2 years? And, I think what would happen to me is that I would just panic in month one, that I would think, oh, this is the time I have, and what am I going to do? Let me start gathering stuff. Or, oh my God, 6 months have gone. Or, oh my God, 1 week is left. And was that a source of pressure on you, or were you just able to sit back and decide at some point that I'll be here as long as it takes, but I have to get it done?
Oh God, it was a source of terrible pressure. I mean, speaking of being a woman writer, I was told by one or two people involved in book publication in the United States that it was important that I publish my book before I turned 30. Like that I be a woman writer in her 20s. They could say I'm still in my 20s. So there was initially and I never really thought, I knew I wasn't going to make it, I think, but I thought, God, are you kidding? Like that part of your advertising material is going to be, this is a 20 something woman. So I needed to get it out like in May, before my 30th birthday. That didn't happen. Oh, I had so much panic about it, actually. And I think that book publishers do a disservice. They often produce very short contracts. So my initial contract I'd been in South Africa for 2 years, and they said, oh, you know a lot about it, so you can write the book in 9 months. I've seen other people and myself, if you agree to do a book in a year or 9 months, you end up taking much longer than if you'd set out to do 3 years from the start. So if your goal had been 3 years, I think, one maybe could have done it. But then you end up in this panicked state where every morning you wake up and you think, I'm behind, I've blown my deadline. And it kind of becomes this headwind. So at the same time, what I didn't experience was I actually had a health experience we can talk about. I had a sickness, which I think made me ultimately write a better book that I was grateful for in the long run in my around year 6 of working on this. But people kept flinging the Churchill quote at me, which is like, a book is like a mistress. I'm going to misstate it, but first you are entranced by it. Then you're starting to grow tired of it. Then you hate it. And then you just have to throw it arbitrarily out of the house at some point. In other words, because I would say, I don't think I don't think I have enough material. I don't think I have found the right characters. And people would say, well, you're going to always feel that way. So at a certain point, you just have to draw the line under it and say, it's done and it's over. My personal experience was that I knew when it was done. Unfortunately, that took a long time, but I was not fully satisfied with it, but I felt it. I felt it was done when I was finished with it finally. So
Robert Caro took a decade when he was given a year to write The Power Broker, and he's taken some 30 plus years since then to finish his Lyndon Johnson series. So please don't take so much time over your next book. We can't wait.
I really don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this stuff that you've said about these little nuggets of publisher wisdom just make me so mad that the brand matters and you have to be out with a book before you're 30. And this is just terrible stuff. And I just think that it's all wrong. It's shallow thinking. It doesn't have to be this way. But, do you feel that these sort of this conventional thinking represents how fucked up the world is? Or do you think the world is fine, the wisdom is fucked up?
I think the world is less fucked up than the wisdom.
Okay.
And I think that publishers underestimate readers. There are I find the way people speak in publishing is very cynical. I would hear over and over, people don't read anymore. People don't buy books. And I would be like, why the fuck are we in this business then, man? Like, why don't you go, open a restaurant or do a tech startup or what? Like, why are you occupying this chair at this, fancy building in New York at this august publishing house? And somehow it's supposed to, I think, impress other people. You sound kind of
World weary.
yeah, wised up. But it's very, it burrows its way deeper into you. The more you say that, than I think people even expect. So people assume, there's an assumption in publishing that if one book sells very well, all authors must now do repeats of that. But in fact, people want something fresh and different, and I don't know, the world is really not well served by the current publishing. It feels like a kind of, okay, so in downtown Johannesburg, there are these buildings. Well, there's a whole infrastructure that was set up for a society and an economy where Black people were in kind of labor camps outside the city serving white people. So there's no real good public transit between new emerging neighborhoods. It's all kind of a relic, and people are having to kind of live awkwardly in the old infrastructure of this thing that no longer, but that people don't really want to change or rebuild. I remember a very vivid experience I had in downtown Joburg. There was a building called the Medical Arts Building, which was an old doctor's building in this downtown, with all of these like operating rooms or like, gurneys and like examination tables and cubby holes for the medical receptionist. And now this building has a preschool that has some charismatic Black churches. It's Black businesses that are in this building. But I remember seeing a whole lot of fruit laid out on an examination table, like an old OBGYN with the stirrups, for the OBGYN examination. And, on the one hand, I found it striking because I thought, wow, people are really making do with what was here. On the other hand, it's having to live in this infrastructure that for a bunch of reasons can't be rebuilt. And I feel that way about publishing. Publishers now, they take 85% of authors' profits. They are in, buildings in Midtown that even financial companies can't afford the rent, but they're just still there. So all of that profit from books has to go to their rent. Then they have to publish the keto diet and these kind of trash stuff it doesn't work anymore for writers. A lot of agents, I had a realization that agents' clients are publishers, not authors, because agents, they need to maintain more of a relationship. They interact more with any given publisher than they do with any given author. So they are they're serving publishers more than the authors. So it's a very weird and hard universe, at least in the United States.
That's actually a great metaphor, and it's not just true of publishing, it's really true of so many industries, including the media, where, I look at all these structures that are artifacts designed for a previous age and an earlier world, and the world has changed, but the artifacts remain. So you see it in publishing, you see it in media, you see it arguably in nation states and the way they do what they do, and it's really bizarre that there is this lag that the old institutions are no longer valid, but new ones haven't yet come up to take its place, and meanwhile we are kind of floundering and making do with what is there. One of my dear friends, Sonia Falero, has written a few non-fiction books. The first of them, I remember she was in Bombay in those days, was called Beautiful Girl. It was about the bar dancers of Bombay. And she took years to write it, and she did, I think, 4 drafts of it. And I read all of them, and they were all completely different. Like in each one, she just started from scratch with different characters at the center of it, and they inhabited the same universe, but they could just have been 4 books. And I remember just marveling to myself at both, and even the first draft was really good, right? And I remember marveling to myself at the patience and the rigor of this woman who is just managing to throw away something beautiful she has constructed and just start again in a bloody minded way. And recently she wrote this great book called The Good Girls, and I have an episode with her where she talks about that, where she finished the book, and then her agent in London said, "It's great, but start again." And she started again and spent another year and a half doing another draft, and that works beautifully. What was it like for you? Because I'm imagining that when you are writing, it must be so tempting either to give it up because of the frustration that it's not going quite where I want it to, or to rationalize what you have already done and convince yourself that, hey, this is fine, I just need to tweak. But what you did was each time you started the damn thing again with different characters at the heart of it, right? So just tell me a little bit about that process. What was the toll it took on you? What was it like?
Well, writing, I'm so suffused with unbelievable doubt. I mean, you asked me about the doubt I've experienced as a woman. Maybe it's that it pales in comparison to the more tremendous, doubt, because it is true. I've noticed that there are pieces that I've written where I finish it and I think, wow, this is a real piece of crap. Like, it's just not reading well. And then an editor will get it and say, it's perfect. I love it. And people will really appreciate it. I've also had a couple of pieces. I have like a white whale that's a 12,000 word piece that I just think I love it and no one will publish it. And it's this piece that I have not managed to get published. And people will, I remember I showed it to kind of an editor that I admire a lot. And she said the horrible words. We met at a coffee shop and she printed it out and put it down on the table and then said, "What is this?" And I was like, oh man, that's really bad. So, you don't know whether you can trust your own judgment and your own instincts.
Start a Substack newsletter, put it up, and just start thinking aloud on your Substack. Really, come on. Now I'm dying to read it.
What I did with this book, so I knew that I wanted to. I found that particularly with fiction, but even with nonfiction, a lot of books about South Africa were principally about the white experience or the black experience, and the other characters would be totally marginal. You find in J.M. Coetzee's work, aspects of which I like, but I don't love, in part because the black characters are like plot devices. They don't really have any reality, frankly. They exist to haunt
They're instrumental.
the white characters. Yeah. And you can get books where the reverse is true. And so I wanted to somehow, and I really found it was true that different people that I met, and it wasn't always bound by race, but had just a completely different, it was like they were living in a different country. They saw it through different eyes. They saw when they were driving through, let's say, downtown Johannesburg, they would see something. They would see something optimistic, or they would see something completely dispiriting and devastating, just a totally different vision of the same set of facts on the ground. But I somehow wanted to get that into one book. And initially I had the idea of writing. And so the thing I wanted to do was to portray the country and then people in the country who had experienced this head-turning, dramatic change of a country that was white-run, minority-run, run by a minority elite class, really, to a black-run country. And it was a kind of transition that I certainly think many people either hope for or fear in the United States. Maybe even in Europe, there's a fear of cultural loss and change and transformation. But in South Africa, it was almost like this had happened. You just woke up, really, one day in 1994. And a person who a year earlier had been referred to in the press as a terrorist, Nelson Mandela, was president, right? You didn't get that anywhere else. So just remarkable kind of situation that people were having to live through. And so I wanted to tell what it was like for a set of people from different kinds of backgrounds. Very early, I met a man named Christo, who had both a very dramatic and unique experience of this transition, but also something, it was almost like it had become literal in his life, what was figurative for a lot of people. So he was in the last class or the last cohort or year of white Afrikaner men, to be drafted into the apartheid military to fight for effectively a country that then went out of business like 3 years later, right? And to fight under terms as were described to him, the elites in the country, by which I mean the government, the military, high super, they realized that white rule was going to end much earlier than they transmitted this knowledge to the grunts, the soldiers on the ground. So he was still being told as late as 1992 that his task was to uphold the white state, to save his parents, his sisters, his community from certain destruction, certain annihilation and massacre by Black terrorists. And then he found himself, and he had the experience where he basically shot somebody under the auspices of a military operation within South Africa. He was patrolling a protest movement within a Black neighborhood, and somebody was killed. It was a kind of mistake. He shot somebody that he wasn't supposed to shoot, but he would have been protected even a month earlier. But the white government under F.W. de Klerk had suddenly decided, we're going to try to improve our, so that we can join a new Black government as a partner, coalition partner. We're going to try to suddenly clean up our reputation overseas and look like we're taking human rights much more seriously. So he was then put on trial as a civilian for murder, despite having been given a military order. And so he suddenly had the experience where he had thought he was doing something heroic, something pro-social, something to support the state. And suddenly his society around him was saying, no, actually, you're a criminal, which was a transition that a lot of white South Africans went through in terms of their identity and having to understand their role in their world and their society. So he very early, I met him in 2010, a year after I moved to South Africa, and I knew I wanted to write about him and tell his story. And the other characters in the book I met much later. I wrote a version of the book in 2015 that I also tore up, as I was saying to you, because I initially took a journalistic approach where I thought, okay, you have like a white right-winger, you're having like a younger person who's trying to get really hip with the new society, you have a Black freedom fighter, you have a Black political leader. I need a farmer, because land is a very salient kind of site of dispute in South Africa. So I was looking for kind of all these types of people to write about. And they just weren't kind of coming alive, I think. They were more, and I found myself having to omit parts of their stories and parts of their personalities that were too complicating, and it kind of went against what I was trying to show in terms of their political movement. They had to be avatars of a certain ideology or strain of thought, and it just wasn't really satisfying to me. So I ended up throwing that version of the book away and trying to think about myself less as a writer and less as a journalist in particular, and more as a human being, and thinking, okay, when I'm just with my friends, when I'm out on a date, when I'm talking to my mother, who do I talk about? Not trying to set up not with the craft, but who can't I stop thinking about? Whose story just seems the most paradoxical. And, where I just say, God, I met this person and you won't believe what happened to them. And this is what they told me they were thinking. And it's so human and so revealing. And that was how I ended up with the three main figures in the book, which is Christo, and then a woman who lived in one of the areas that he patrolled, who was born virtually in the same month he was born in 1970, which means they came of age. They were coming of age as apartheid was falling, which was a generation that really interested me because, you asked me a lot about my childhood. All of their perceptions of their world, their parents, the things that they were told they could do and should do when they grew up, the way they understood what they were aiming for, that all just was like blown apart suddenly, basically at age 21, at the cusp of adulthood. And they had to reconsider even their pasts. One thing I found intriguing about South Africa was that people had to understand and almost not only contemplate what their future was going to be, but what their past had been, who they had been, whether they had done enough, whether they had behaved in the right way, whether they had been good or bad people. And then, and this woman had led protests against apartheid, quite violent ones, actually, which she talks openly about. And then really had to grapple with whether the country that she had led into being was a good one. And she had to grapple with that through her daughter, to whom she gave birth effectively as apartheid was falling. So those were the three people that I settled on.
How did you manage the process of getting close enough to them to get their stories out? Like initially, the danger is you're on the outside looking in, plus you're American, and there is a stereotype of the arrogant American looking in from outside, the condescending American. How do you get them to the point where they're comfortable with you, where they are talking about their life, where they remove their filters and, begin to trust you and open up? And, so what was it like? Like, what did you have to learn to get there? Were there any techniques? Like, one of the things that, struck me through the book were the rich details that you had gathered, like Christo's mom, Trudy, when she's young and she's first going out, you speak about how she wanted, quote, a tight white mini dress that ended where her fingertips did when she held her arm straight along her thighs, stop quote. At another point, her husband Johannes, when Christo goes off for the camp, you speak about how sad he felt and he just wept. And the only thing that broke the spell was working on cars, he says. Someone brought a gearbox for me and I felt the heaviness lift, stop quote. At another point, Deepu says that, when foreigners and their money came into South Africa, she bought herself a fridge and a long table, just like the one she remembered seeing in white people's houses. Another great detail where Eliasis talks about, back in the homeland, he bought cattle for $40 each, right? How are these details coming? Like, there is tremendous trust. You're really opening up to give these details to a stranger. So how are they coming? And as a matter of craft, are you looking for these details? Are you asking these details? Like when Elias says that I started buying cattle, did you then ask him for how much? Because you know that will add just that right concrete touch of color. Do you ask Deepu, what did you buy? Oh, you bought a long table. Why? So take me through sort of that process, because I think that here I'm only seeing the end result of it. But to get here, there is some kind of magic happening between you and these people. So tell me about that.
I would ask for a lot of detail, and I would ask for people to paint me a picture, which is always deceptive. And there is a little bit of that in the book. You see people's memories clashing. Because oftentimes, the more vividly we remember something, the less true it is. Because the more vivid a memory is, the more times we've revisited it, and we adjust it a little bit every time. I had this experience. A woman, a friend of Deepu's, this freedom fighter is how they were described, but I was having her describe to me the first time she saw Mandela after his 27-year imprisonment. He was released in February 1990, and he then flew almost immediately back to Johannesburg. He'd been imprisoned in Cape Town and went to a stadium, and everyone was waiting to see him. But the apartheid government had censored both his voice and his image. So there had been nobody knew what he looked like, because he was going to be like 30 years older than he would have been. And the shock that she experienced, having treasured this image of a young boxer, a young lawyer and a young boxer. And actually, the only idea she had was Time magazine had attempted to put on their cover an age progressed, like those milk cartons with lost people. They had tried to age progress Mandela, and it was, of course, absurd, like it didn't work. And so her sudden shock when this old man, which she, of course, had partially prepared her for, but she couldn't have prepared herself for it enough, kind of came out on stage with this halo of white hair. But then when I was trying to write a little bit about the context of this speech, and I'd realized that she had mixed that speech up with a different one. She'd kind of combined two memories, and because it was almost so important to her, that memory, it had become wrong, actually. But it also had come to represent something important about her own hopes and her own desires. So I would ask people, for sometimes tedious detail, I remember asking Christo's mother to describe the christening dress. It's like a little dress that you put even a boy baby in, because it gets handed down and they get baptized in this Dutch Christian Afrikaner, white South African community. And I said, did it have lace? Did it have lace along the bottom? Can you remember? What is that? Where are the folds? And people could sometimes find this. But then they would remember, and they would enjoy getting into that kind of texture. The other thing, two things that I did, well, three things were, I tried to learn some of people's mother tongues, their native language. So I learned fluent Afrikaans. It's a very easy language. As an English speaker, it's probably the language that's most similar to English, Dutch and Afrikaans. So I learned to speak that, and it really opens a pathway with people, especially as an American. I think people, and especially as a native English speaker, people aren't always expecting you to have made an effort. Trudy, I interviewed in Afrikaans. I didn't speak English with her. I also learned some Sesotho, which was the native language of Dipuo. I did not become as good a speaker as Afrikaans, because it's a Bantu language. It's like totally different. It wasn't Indo-European. It was harder for me, but I tried. I also would take people, instead of doing like an interview like we're doing, partly because I didn't have to make a nice recording, I would take them to the places that we were going to be talking. I would take them. So if you and I had been talking about our childhood, we would go to the house where I grew up. I would fly people. I'd pay for people to fly. I paid for Malaika, Dipuo's daughter, to fly back up to Joburg and take me to the places where she had gone to a restaurant, where she had gotten her favorite thing to eat as a young child was a boiled sheephead, which is a huge delicacy. It's this awesome thing that were sold in secret homes, because Black people weren't allowed to own businesses. As late as the 1980s in South Africa, it was illegal. So you had these unmarked homes that sold sheephead. And once people get into those environments, they get very textural. They see things that they, oh gosh, like this rug looks the same, or, oh, they've changed the blinds. And I had a whole detail about the blinds that women used to pull to prevent the police from seeing them meeting late at night while they were having these anti-apartheid meetings. And that part came partly from somebody saying, oh God, we went into one of the houses where these meetings are, you've changed the blinds, and they used to be like this. And this is exactly how they pulled. And the final thing is Dipuo and Malaika in particular, they stayed in my house because Malika didn't live in Johannesburg. So when she came up to do this process with me, she had to have a place to stay. She was a student. She didn't have disposable income. So I went and stayed with my relatively new boyfriend at the time, and she stayed in my cottage that I was renting. And that broke a little bit of a fourth wall. I think that she kind of made fun of my clothes. She was like making coffee. She was eating, using stuff out of my fridge. She saw a little bit of that other side to how I was living. And we then would get into a discussion. There's a brief discussion in the book where she said, as a Black woman, I don't feel like I have permission to live in a way that's as bohemian as you do. Like to drink, I had these mustard jars that I had washed, and they were my drinking cups. And it was kind of like a funky, and she said, I would just look poor if I did that. It would just be I'm always striving for the nicest stuff. There's another thing in South Africa where white South Africans often look down on poorer Black South Africans for buying fancy sneakers, buying a fancy car. But she said, it just feels like I have to show that I at least have this possibility. Whereas you can almost have this thing that's a little bit dumpier, but it's kind of like funky. And, she wouldn't have known that if she hadn't been parked in my house. So, and that led to a kind of complex conversation about the way that both of us moved in the world. So I did that kind of stuff. I was always trying to get Christo to come up to Joburg, but he didn't like to leave his familiar environments, which I talk about, that white South Africans still have so much more money on average than Black South Africans. But there's a kind of freedom in the world and a freedom in their environment and a freedom to walk around and a sense of ownership over the general space that they don't feel anymore. And it's a sadness. I'm not saying that they're victims due to that, but it was something that I noticed with him very much.
You mentioned before the episode started that you heard my episode on Delhi, which of course was with Swapna Little and a great book, The Broken Script. And when I was reading your book, I thought of that at one point. And I thought of that because the most interesting and poignant part of that book for me was that there was a generation of people who grew up when the official language of the country was Persian. So they thought everything is in Persian. They learned Persian. That was aspirational. The kids studied Persian, and this was the world. And suddenly, in a couple of decades, Persian had vanished and it was English. And they, mentally they prepared for one world, but they were in a completely different world. And it's so discombobulating. And what you describe in South Africa is a little bit like that, a year ago, he's a terrorist and now he's a president and everything has changed and all your equations are different, and how do you even cope? And I was also struck with sort of your, drawing the analogy that, this is happening everywhere in the world. It's happening in America, except that here it happens really fast. It just happens within 30 years. America still, it's playing out from the Civil War. It's a couple of centuries, but South Africa, everything happens in 30 years in a really sort of fast kind of pace. And do you think, and we'll talk in detail about sort of how the Black people responded to it, how white people responded to it, but it almost seems that it's just this weird sense of displacement where nobody is really able to adjust to this, to cope with this. Like you said, it's not just about reconstructing what you want from the future, but also perhaps reshaping your memories, recontextualizing everything. What did studying that period really teach you in general, both about human nature and how societies deal with change? Like, does that fast pace itself lead to different outcomes than would otherwise have if the process plays out over 150 years? Because a lot of it is like shock treatment. It's a shock to the system,
I think just in terms of growing up in one world and being thrust into another, we're very aware with money that when people lose an investment, it's shattering. I think with Bernie Madoff, when a whole bunch of people were basically told they thought that they had been growing this investment and it was actually totally worthless and it never existed. It was just a world-shattering nightmare. But people also make investments in their identities. They make investments in the persona that they're going to be. They make almost investments in their morality by the way, that they treat others over time, the choices that they make. Am I a vegetarian? Am I going to have an arranged marriage or a love marriage or whatever? And then sometimes those investments, it feels like increasingly as things, history seems to move faster and faster, those investments suddenly become worthless. They become unvalued by the rest of the world. Like it's not really a valuable thing to have done anymore. It's not a valuable persona. It's not honorable to have fought in this military campaign. It's not honorable to have backed this political movement. And I don't know that we have as much compassion for people who have a loss of that kind of investment, but it can be equally shattering. I think, one thing that struck me about South Africa was it had a kind of the particular era that it went through in the 1970s, 1980s, the fight against apartheid, the effort to preserve it by the government and some, the white minority. And that was it had such a plot. It was so consuming. It had a sort of narrative. And I think that's true about the Civil War. I don't know what era in Indian history might be equivalent to that, but it had a kind of narrative thrust and to be ejected out of that into an era in which the main story is kind of ended, but you also feel like you're still kind of in it, but now it's not even fully clear what the country's central problem is. It has multiple ones at once. If you solve a problem for one community, you're creating one for another. This is very stark in South Africa. One of South Africa's current issues is that some people act as if South Africa is such a disappointment and it would be so easy to kind of fix it. But you have an economy there which really, if you redistribute enough wealth, if you kind of make it fair enough for enough poor people, there's no way that the wealthier people will not have a change to their lives that they don't want. They want, they want for the country to become entirely fair for all the kind of, they really do want that. They think they want that, for all people. And yet for them to be able to also wake up and see the world as they remember it and have the opportunities for their kids that they knew, they could have. And you cannot square all those circles at once. And it's very difficult to know how to fix that, especially if you don't have a kind of utterly clear moral issue that is being pursued, that's kind of dominating. People will ask me sometimes still, how did it all turn out? How does the story end in South Africa? And I'll say, well, it doesn't end because it's not a story. It's a country. It's not actually a limited series. It's not an 8-part, thing like the TV show Succession or something or a movie that has a conclusion. It's just a place that people have to keep living in somehow, that will continue to have whatever events it will continue to have. And yet people there, I think, feel very disoriented because they don't know what story they're in. A lot of people almost find comfort. I found this particularly true in the white community, but also in the Black South African one. But paradoxically, they find it quite comforting in a way to feel that Black South Africans are going to someday kill them, like it was always said, someday drive them out of the country, someday take revenge, someday it almost feels like that is what should happen based on our understanding of biblical stories and, justice, and they're waiting for this. And it's very disorienting that it's not arriving. It's very disturbing to be forgiven. It's very, you don't know what to do. It's somehow more mentally easy to prepare for, the ending that it hasn't arrived yet, but it will, right?
I sometimes think there is this, and this is true across all societies, that there is a feedback loop between a formal structure of society in this state and culture itself and individual psychology, in the sense that you might have a particular structure like apartheid, but that then plays into culture, it plays into the way people think about themselves. And even if you take that formal structure away, what do you do about the rest of it? What do you do about the psychological scaffolding which both black people and white people have built, and which are sort of ingrained in them? Like, you quote Steve Biko talking about, the psychological feeling of inferiority that, black people felt. And there are many moving examples of this, like about a family where a certain strain of the family is whiter than the others because at some point, one of their ancestors was raped by a white man. And you say about how no one speaks of this, but there is almost some sort of a unstated, pride in the thing that there is some white blood there, right? And it's so complex and disturbing. At another place, there is an internal racism where when Dipo is born, you speak about how her father isn't acknowledging her because she is blacker than the rest of them, blacker than the black, as it were. And you also speak of how their enemies can be their role models, in the sense, the white policeman is an enemy, but they also, in a sense, admire the machismo, the uniform, the rituals, and all of that. That while they might have contempt for traitors within their own side, they actually admire the black people who work for the South African establishment, and many of the police carrying out apartheid were actually black. So it's this complex sort of relationship. And I see this even in India, like even after colonialism ended and the British have left, there was still the sense that English was looked upon as a marker of sophistication and where you stood in society. A man in a suit would be more respected than a man in perhaps more ethnic dress, unless you are at some funky rich man's wedding. And it's this psychological baggage which really intrigues me, because then if you just look at a country and say that, oh, we have solved the geopolitical problem, there's no more apartheid, we've got a black president, everything's going to be fine. But it's not like that. It's so deep. And so how did you find Deepo and Malaika and all the other characters you've mentioned? And it's an ongoing struggle, so I'm not saying there's a denouement to it. Like you said, the season doesn't end. This is life, it goes on. How hard was that to get past? Like, is it something that requires generational change, that maybe Malaika's kids will be fine?
Well, I'll ask you. I mean, so, India is further out from British rule. Do you still experience ripples? I'll tell two quick stories, and, I don't know if they have analogs, but I have a friend in South Africa who is a kind of mid to high level government employee, black South African. And I was telling him about this experience that I'd had where I had used a translator who was a neighbor of mine. And I loved her, and she did fantastic work. And then she asked me to borrow money, quite a lot of money, like $1,000. And then there became this whole thing where slowly, over the course of months, I realized that she never had any intent to pay me back. And it turned into this thing. And then I had to sue her like an American, and it was, basically I'd effectively been conned. And he said, I have to tell you, it's just very African what they did. They saw, in this sense of kind of buttering you up, but ultimately seeing you as a mark. And our black communities think this way, and I'm sorry this happened to you. But this is just so quintessentially, it doesn't surprise me, I'm afraid. And this is a type of kind of behavior that's taught in black communities, and it's a problem we have. And I then said to him, this woman was white. And he said, I don't believe it because it's black people who steal. And I said, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's a white woman. And he was just so kind of mind blown as a intelligent, intellectual leader, black leader, who had worked to upend the white political, the minority white system, who still had such a deep assumption that thieves are black without even having a totally negative valence around it. I mean, if you have no opportunity to have a legal business, you're going to have a lot of people who are extraordinary entrepreneurs and criminal, quote unquote, enterprises. But it was just such a deep assumption for him that the face of a criminal would be a black one, as a black man, right? And that, the political end to white minority rule did nothing, really, nothing to undo that. It's slowly being undone over time. But, I guess the question is, could we do anything more intentionally to undo that? It also, you mentioned the admiration of white power figures under apartheid. There was a guy that I wrote about who I knew who grew up in a rural area. Something that is not talked about a lot in South Africa is that the majority of policemen under white rule were black. This is something that I thought about a little bit when I watched that movie RRR. It was a lot of R's. I can't remember how many R's. Yeah.
3 R's. You got that right.
3 R's. Okay. And there is this figure who's kind of a Indian, initially kind of a stooge for the colonials, right? But you absolutely had those figures under apartheid, and he talked about the victimization of his father by this black policeman, that this black policeman the black policeman had gotten orders, but he had to arrest his father, and in quite a brutal way. And he said, even after that, forever, for years, for decades, we always felt blessed as a family when we were invited to like a barbecue or a meal at that policeman's house, because the fact of his proximity to power is power, just made him seem higher than us, and in a way, in an abstract way, we were fighting against the white police, quote unquote. Absolutely. We're sort of anti-apartheid family. But when it was personalized, when we saw that guy in the uniform and we thought, oh, he's getting paid a lot and he has, dinner with white bros and stuff, we found that impressive and remarkable. He must have really impressed them, so it was that kind of complexity that I found that still really lingers. People talk a lot about how the current South African government is corrupt, which it is. It has a bad problem with that. What is less talked about is the way that is a mimicry of the apartheid government, which was very corrupt. That corruption was almost less obvious because white people, in the 80s, I think the percentage of the white population was 15%, around that. So if you were just enriching your cronies, it kind of looked like you were enriching your community in more of a broader way. Now, if you're enriching 10% of the population, it's much more obvious that you're just enriching the communities that you're from. It appears more corrupt, but it really was the same behavior. And Black South African leaders really, they want to live up to the image of power, and the image of power very often in the post-apartheid era, which was something that many Black South Africans didn't expect. The police chief is very brutal and will okay and kind of sign off on brutalities that people will then say, how is it possible that a black police chief is committing the same kind of brutalities against our people that the white police chief did? Well, it's because he inherited a vision of what it looks like to exercise power?
I think it's actually I'll be cynical and say that the current government being corrupt is not as much a mimicry of the previous government as in the nature of governments, because power always corrupts.
Mm.
And there's an analog of what you just described in India itself, where what we essentially did in 1947 is we took over the colonial state apparatus of the British and we replaced white skin rulers with brown skin rulers.
Right.
And that didn't change. It remained oppressive and we remained subjects and not citizens, and it's a fight that still needs to be fought. Though to answer your question, I'll say, what Joan Robinson once said of India, that whatever you say of India, the opposite is true. And that's very much the case in the sense that while I'm speaking in English now, I own it. This is an Indian language, we've kind of adopted it completely. And so for a certain class of people, the baggage isn't there. For a different class of people, the baggage is very much there. If you have white skin, you're both likely to be treated much better when you come to India, and you're also more likely to be cheated. So both of those kind of hold true, and it's just a long process that takes decades and decades, and we've seen it here, we've seen it in India. I'm sure that's the case in America as well, that these things don't overnight change. I was struck by something that at one point Depot says in your book. I think Depot and Malaika are talking about these white people who try to fit in, and they'll wear dreadlocks and they'll do all of these things. And at one point, Depot says there is no white person in the world, not a single one, who will ever legitimately be a part of us. Stop quote. And that really made me stop and think that I can imagine that in that particular generation, for people who've lived through apartheid, that you can say something like that, because your lived experiences as black people and white people are so incredibly different that, of course, you can never truly be off the other side. But that sort of essentializing, like, do you think there's something to that? Like, how did that make you feel when you heard that? Because it just filled me with despair, because a part of me is saying that, hey, no, we're all human beings, we're the same, like, screw it. And the other part is saying that, you idealistic fool, in the real world, these differences exist, and how do you even get past them?
It didn't make me feel bad, because one interesting dynamic, a thing that's hard. So, the United States has the Peace Corps, where they send young Americans to all different kinds of countries to build schools and blah, blah, blah. And an interesting thing that used to be true, I don't know if it still is, but around 2011, I had a friend, or even a bit later, I had a friend who was in the Peace Corps, an American Peace Corps in South Africa. And he was saying that statistically, they had realized that their highest attrition rate, in other words, the largest number of people who dropped out and went home and just couldn't handle it, were people who were sent to South Africa. And they, at that time, had a cohort in Niger, which they have since pulled due to political instability. But, they had people in countries that were much less, like, you can't find a shopping mall, you can't drink the water, it's like harder physically, and you would think it would be more stressful. And I said, what is that about? Like, why is South Africa? Because in many ways, South Africa is the most developed country in Africa. Again, almost everywhere you can go to a shopping mall, which is sort of, you'll hear American music and you'll find like, a Cinnabon or something. And he said, I think it's because, first, this was his view. As soon as you come here, you get incorporated into the drama, like you are a white person. Or Black South Africans had a lot of difficulty in South Africa because they would suddenly become like Black, like a Black South African. And they would try to say, no, I don't have this history, I'm a foreigner. But they would become incorporated. I had an experience, so I lived for a period of time in a rural area. Well, in a town called Bloemfontein. And I used to walk to the university where I was taking a class. I was trying to learn Afrikaans, so I was taking an Afrikaans class. And it was like an hour walk. And more than once, a car would pull up and with a white family in it. And they would say, hi, do you need help? Has your car broken down? And I would say, no, just walking. And they would hear my accent and to have a brief chat. And I would say, I'm American here, but I'm taking a class at the university and I'm walking. And they would say, oh, but we don't walk, as in white people. And I would say, there's no we. I'm not white South African. I'm an American. And they would say, no, 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 no. There is a we. You're a we now. And so that's an odd thing about very challenging thing about being a reporter there. In a sense, on the other hand, you get incorporated more quickly. You aren't necessarily Americanized so much. But so I wasn't really offended. There was an experience that my partner had. My partner is white South African. He was kind of an anti-apartheid activist. He was a sort of good white, I don't know, he was, a young photographer who was photographing some of the movement to end apartheid. And he now runs a photographic studio. And he said, so that there used to be this handshake, a different handshake that Black South Africans used with each other. And then he started trying to use it to be like, we're cool, And then he said, sadly, I think now there's a different handshake. That every time I try to become a part of this community, they change the secret handshake,
Whack-a-mole.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, are you sure? And I realized that he might never know. That part of that was a sense in himself that he could never join, a fear that he didn't actually know these people, that guilt that he had never learned a Black language, I said, are you really sure that they have a new secret handshake? Maybe they don't, but then he said, well, the nature of it is I probably wouldn't ever know, I think generationally in South Africa that is changing. I really think it is. I see now many more interracial relationships, friendship groups at restaurants than I ever saw even 15 years ago when I was there. So when I first arrived, yeah.
But do you know the secret handshake?
I wouldn't know. How would I know?
Yes,
That's
you
the
don't
thing.
know.
I would never know.
I was also struck by some of the different responses from white people, including white liberals. Now, one interesting kind of response was going overboard, the extreme posturing. I discovered this lovely term, gatkruip. Am I pronouncing it right?
Hatkruip.
Hatkruip. Oh, okay. It's, yes, I was just going with I'm terrible at pronunciations.
Germanic, Hatkruip, yeah.
I'm terrible with, which basically means to crawl up someone's asshole. And this is something that Christo used for a guy called Francois, who was just posturing constantly. And, you've given various examples of this, this, how Malaika once wrote an essay lambasting a South African lit fest and saying, oh, it's racially prejudiced and so on. And then the organizer wrote to her and she goes there and they're just happy to take a beating because they are self-congratulating that, look, we are so liberal and we can hear all this about ourselves and all of that, which was one very interesting sort of response from the white community. And then you also have another kind of response where people who were earlier anti-apartheid people, who were progressives and liberal white people, suddenly turning their back and saying, in various different ways and not being able to deal with it now that blacks were finally running the country. And part of it, of course, as you said, was that some of them thought that we'll be partners in this and they realize they've been cut off completely. Like Thabo Mbeki stopped returning one guy's calls when he came to power. And again, forgive me, listeners, for my pronunciations. I can't even pronounce English words properly, so I must be forgiven for this. So give me a sense of what's happening there, because this is not the typical kind of mental breakdown you would expect, that the people who are in power have lost power and therefore they are, it's not that. It's even people who were anti-apartheid are kind of losing it in different ways. You speak of one guy, Chris Lowe, actually committing suicide, but making it look like a murder is
Right.
I mean, it's just so deeply complicated, So what was your way of dealing with that? Because as a white person yourself, at one level you would have, were you ever worried that I should not seem too sympathetic to these guys? And how do you there's a lot of posturing going on, but how do you distinguish the posturing from the actual grief that people feel and the actual guilt that people feel?
Mm,
So,
yeah. There was a paradox that I encountered very early on in South Africa, which was that some of the happiest white South Africans, who now constitute about 10% of the population, that I met were the most pessimistic and racist, which is not what I expected, because I thought if you don't think Black South Africans are fit to run the country, you would be very horrified that they now do, and very alarmed at the diminution of white influence on politics and affirmative action and all that stuff. And yet they were some of the people who were the most determined to stay in South Africa, for their kids to stay. They seemed kind of merry. And then I realized one psychological kind of upside for them was whenever anything bad happened, it was like that sort of met their expectations. They never had a hope that things would go super well. They never felt let down. They were just, okay, well, yes, of course, there was the third president of South Africa, Jacob Zuma. It was a very corrupt figure who ultimately got ejected by really the elites in his party and the electorate and a popular movement in a great, good moment for the country. But he said, for instance, that he thought he had protected himself from HIV when he slept with a friend's daughter extramaritally by taking a shower afterward. I mean, this stuff. And people, if you'd hoped for a very sophisticated, cosmopolitan, multiracial, that was very depressing. If you thought this place is going to turn into a banana republic, you were like, whatever, that's what I anticipated. Nope, I'm not. Don't feel disappointed. There was another phenomenon whereby, yes, a number of very prominent white liberal thinkers who really went out on a limb and suffered under apartheid for being iconoclastic, for believing in Black liberation, for believing in democracy. They were announced by their families. They had to become exiles from the country. They, were pursued by the secret police. They really had put a lot on the line. I noticed when I got to the country that some of them had turned in a very right-wing direction, which one poet in particular wrote a prominent essay saying basically that we have to revive apartheid, saying that the Cape area, Cape Town, is going to maybe have to become a breakaway state dominated again by white people. And this shocked me because I thought, you put so much on the line, you were such a anti-apartheid. This was a poet who spent 3 years in jail. At least 3 years, maybe 6 years, I forget. But he was jailed by the white regime for assisting the anti-apartheid movement. How could he go back on it like that? And one thing I thought had happened after I spent a lot of time with these people and really tried to understand what was going on for them was part of the experience that had made it bearable to be, it's a terrible thing to be disowned, to have all this, to be going against the popular wisdom. It's very difficult to be they were called verraaiers. In Afrikaans means traitors to your race. Really contempt was heaped on them. One of the things that made that really bearable was to feel that you were at the vanguard, and that, when the day came, eventually, when there was freedom, when there was democracy, you were going to be vindicated. In a sense, you were going to be able to take part and lead finally, and not be in the shadowy margins and on the run and in hiding, and, that you were going to be able to. And so there was this figure that you mentioned, a kind of politician who was just condemned by the white elites under apartheid, who was who developed a very close partnership with Thabo Mbeki, who was the second president of the country and a huge figure in the transition. And he later told a very close friend of his that he had understood, he had felt he was best friends with Thabo Mbeki. And he and Thabo Mbeki, they were going to be like bros, in a bro comedy after the final, end of this shitty white regime. And they were going to figure it out together. And he said after Black liberation, he sent all these policy papers to Thabo Mbeki, expecting Thabo Mbeki to be on the phone with him. Let's figure it out together. Help me decide what to do. And Thabo Mbeki just didn't have any use for him anymore. It was a Black world now. There were so many actually qualified Black people, overqualified to enter these positions, that he was forgotten. He was marginalized. There was no space for him on the op-ed pages anymore. And he drank himself to death, basically. There are multiple figures in my book who commit suicide because they did not anticipate that what they had fought for would lead to their own personal marginalization. And that to me was just so illuminating, because I see that in the US. I don't think it's the only thing. Sending figures like Andrew Sullivan or Barry Weiss, or, some of these sort of people who had been left wing are now turning to the right. But I think there's an element of, they just didn't see, they didn't anticipate, they didn't think forward to the fact that people wouldn't be as interested in their point of view. They wouldn't be leaders anymore once the world that they had tried to birth was born.
Sullivan was always conservative, no? He'd written, I think, in the early 90s,
That's
that
not a good example.
famous essay, A Conservative Case for Gay Marriage.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's very sort of tetchy and has a kind of bitter tone, but maybe he just always had that. But it's like the intellectual dark web kind of Jordan Peterson type figure. I guess you can argue, were these people ever liberals? But they've had a very public renunciation of basically saying, oh my God, this thing that I thought would be good is actually not good. This kind of more diverse reality. And I think they are seeing effects that they didn't anticipate that are real and really political. But I think it's partly also about their positionality.
I mean, the intellectual dark web I always felt was a weird grouping. By the way, the guy who coined that name, Eric Weinstein, has been on my show once. But I always found it a weird grouping because they weren't all for the same thing. They were just against the same thing, which was quote unquote wokeness. But there was no commonality in terms of what they're for. They were all over the place. But coming back to South Africa, I love this story where in your book you speak of the Dakar safaris, which is where, the white government of de Klerk was, negotiating with Mandela and Thabo Mbeki, and you have this great story of how at one of those meetings Mbeki is pouring scotch for these guys and he's saying, here we are, the terrorists, and for all you know, fucking communists too. And then everybody laughs, and the thing is, they weren't terrorists, they weren't communists, they were just people who succumb to power. When you get power, you behave in certain ways, and that's, tragically sort of the nature of the beast. And the other thing that is disillusioning, and it goes back to what we were talking about at the start of our conversation, where I was lamenting that too many people, you think they care about principles, but they're tribal. And here I'm not talking about tribalism, but that principles point comes up because you realize that when the guy who was supporting the ANC and going against, his fellow white people, you would imagine that he was doing it because he was principled. And then once change happened, he could, he was happy. But he wasn't happy. There was some other deeper reason because of which he was doing it. And, so they were saying this is what they wanted, the end of apartheid. But there was something more. Maybe they wanted to be celebrated. Maybe they wanted to be lionized. Maybe they just wanted a cause behind which they could rally to prove their self-worth to themselves. And I mean, the human mind is so weird.
Sometimes, occasionally, people have said that I have too psychological an interpretation of politics.
But how can you not?
Yeah, I think it's it's underrated as political motivation, but I do think there's an upside to a lack of principles, and I'll I'll give it an example here, which is, so, there was a extent to which the anti-apartheid, the imposition of apartheid and its perpetuation, and then the anti-apartheid struggle became a Cold War proxy conflict, and that was by necessity. The African National Congress, which was the main freedom fighting movement, they did seek help from Moscow. They needed help. They needed funding. They needed, something. They needed, because the state was quite powerful in South Africa. And at a certain point, the white regime was at great pains to keep itself going because all the other colonial regimes in Africa had collapsed, and they were really struggling to have some justification for maintaining minority rule. And they sought that justification and found it in a temporary way by saying that the Black liberation movement was really communist, and that they did get a lot of help from the United States kind of behind the scenes as a kind of anti-communist. And so there was but, there were also a lot of Black South African leaders that really found something very attractive in communism, in Marxism. They felt they were real Marxists. And so that was kind of how Black and white South Africans saw each other in the 70s, in the early 80s, as anti-communists and communists. And then capital, big corporations played a huge role in tearing apartheid down. And white-run corporations, because they started to see these sanctions and even being such a closed economy and not being able to really sell to Black South Africans, because Black South Africans weren't allowed to progress economically. They couldn't become markets. They couldn't become middle-class consumers for these companies. It just wasn't a healthy economy. So they ran these things called the Dakar Safaris, where they set up these meetings in Senegal between Black exiles, South African Black political leaders, who they had thought were like flaming Marxists, and these kind of capital, these big corporate bankers and stuff. And they talked about just having scotch together in the hotel bar and suddenly seeing we're all kind of human beings. But the other thing that happened was once Black South Africans entered power, they changed. Their ideology changed, their practical sense of what they needed to do to not kind of have the country collapse economically. Suddenly they changed. Their sense of what they were stewarding changed. And I think about this all the time with I've written some and I've reported some like 10 years ago, but from Israel. And I find often in that conflict, one element of a very multifaceted and terribly difficult conflict is, I think, the sense that Israelis have that if Palestinians got a functioning state, got a real state, they would still have the exact same mentality, the exact same goals, the exact same kind of ferocious rhetoric, the exact same ideology, just like a lot more funds and weaponry. So it would be a lot worse, for Israel. There's not an understanding that once people achieve a certain political goal, that itself changes them. They, Blacks, there's a character in my book who talked very frankly about wanting to kill any white. She didn't have the opportunity to see white South Africans growing up because she was stuck in this segregated kind of reserve where white South Africans didn't go, and she couldn't really get out easily. But she had the thought, if I saw a white South African, I would kill them. You heard a lot of that rhetoric. And so there was some justification for the fear that families like Christo's family, an ordinary family, a farming family, had, that if Black South Africans got power, they'll just import that attitude into the structure of power, and then they'll own the planes and the tanks, and there'll be a massacre. But in fact, there was such a swift change once they achieved that goal of gaining freedom. They weren't the same people. And that, we don't apply that idea to this other conflict at all.
But, Dylan, I think it was Dylan who once said, if you ain't got nothing, you got nothing to lose. So the moment, you give a state to the Palestinians, or the moment black South Africans come to power, the incentives change, everything changes. You're going to behave differently.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that kind of makes complete sense. Another aspect that I want to talk about and that struck me at various points while reading the book is about the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves and about each other. Like you write in your book about how 1976 was seminal in the sense that the white government allowed television. And television gave a window to the black population of how the whites saw themselves. Like so far, they were just looking at whites in a very superficial way, from a distance. But you could now see the stories that white people tell themselves, and that made a difference and might have increased the resistance and anger and whatever. And when you fast forward from there, I think of this anecdote you gave from the current time where one of your white liberal friends had his car stolen. And he said, they stole my car. And you were like, who is they? And he is like, they stole my car. And you're like, when does them end? I think you ask. And how are those stories changing? Like, I can imagine what a story is in 1980, where it is adversarial on both sides and there is fear on both sides. How did that change? Because I guess, 94 happened so suddenly that there must be a moment of kind of grappling and figure out what's happening. But we are now in 2024. So what's the story now? Or is it just too complex? I mean, is my question ridiculously simplistic? Because across generations, across classes, there will be many different stories. Like, what do you see?
I think those stories are very sticky. I mean, that was a thing that I was just so struck by. And they're sticky because we often think about the stories in terms of stories that people tell about the other. But the story that you tell about the other also incorporates you in contrast to them. So you are also in the story. So to change your story about the other, you might have to change your story about yourself. That's the harder thing, I think. So, for instance, in Washington, if you don't have a story about how Black citizens, the Black communities basically just are broken due to their own lack of ability not to be broken, and, perpetuate single parent mother families, and glorification of violence and prison. And if you start to see them more as, some of these communities really can't advance, then you have to ask yourself, what is preventing them from advancing? Is it possible it's you, right? And the way that you are living, and your own fear and your own unwillingness to shop in those neighborhoods, and that is much harder than just in a vacuum changing your story about the other. And so I think, the more that white South Africans change their story, so the story that allowed apartheid to go on for so much longer than other colonial regimes, among other, unique factors to South Africa, was that Black South Africans couldn't run a country, that the country was going to fall apart. South Africa has, in fact, not fallen apart. Its crime rate is half of what it was in 1992. A criminologist, white South African criminologist, once said, in any other context, this would be just a cause for enormous celebration that we've reduced crime so much. And yet the story is that South African crime has risen, and that it's terribly criminal, and it's, overrun by gangs. And, why does this story persist? And the problem is that if you, at least with the current generation, remember apartheid only ended in 1994. We were alive. We were sentient. I was still a child, but even people my age would have gone to segregated schools and, not stood up in the middle of school like that famous picture, I resist, like, we were complicit in some ways, or they, if you were our age. And the more you tell yourself, no, this country is actually, given its history and given all the kind of impossibility, economically, that it's trying to kind of put square pegs in round holes, it's functioning. It's survived. It's being led in some ways competently. The more you have to revise your story about yourself and say, wow, we were just totally wrong that these people, I think more liberal white South Africans, there were racist South Africans who just said Black people are inferior, they have lesser brains, their skulls are smaller, whatever it is, terrible stuff. They'll never. But then there was a thing of like, my father told me that he remembered being part of the Reagan administration and thinking that apartheid was a crime, real human, against human rights and a terrible tragedy, but that the Black community was not yet mature enough to have political power. They weren't, that was another line that you could have. And if you say, wow, that story was wrong, then you're like, we were just oppressing these people for absolutely no reason. Absolutely, it was just totally criminal what was going on. And I think that's part of the reason that some of these stories about, in particular, crime, and not that crime, it is a huge problem in South Africa, but it is less of a problem than it was. And there's this tremendous persistence of a story that it must be worse now that Black people are in power. It almost can't. It's like it can't.
I mean, even the HIV epidemic was, painted in that light, that look what happened.
Yeah, and that was such a kind of accident of history, like
that was just,
a virus emerged.
It had to happen, like, I mean, the no causation at all. But
none at all. But no, it was absolutely presented as,
degenerate.
Yeah. And I do find that in personal, I sometimes feel when people are talking about the country abstractly, even South Africans within the country, when they're talking about the trajectory of their country, these stories are still so persistent. In their personal relations, they live outside of the story. So that for me is interesting. It's hopeful. It's somehow hard to write about, but it's, you will find, for instance, Christo is the main white character in my book. And if you were to ask him about the country, and you were to ask him about Black South Africans writ large, he would certainly say he's more on the conservative side and becoming more conservative, I think, politically. He would say it's been a mess. It's, been a disappointment. This government is corrupt. It's crime. And, he would, probably say, I don't want to put words in his mouth right now because I finished my book 3 years ago, but he had, at a certain point, he acquired a Black law partner. And this is an interesting case because South Africa has much more affirmative action than the United States. He acquired that partner in order to get contracts with the government. So it is not true. Sometimes people will say, oh, you have to give your business over to Black people. There's a whole way that South Africa exists in the white conservative American mind that isn't what the country really is. So it's not true that you have to give up your business. If you want a contract with the government, a certain type of contract with the government, you do need to show that you have a level of Black ownership. You're free to pursue non-government contracts, but he wanted those. So he got this Black law partner who initially, I think he would tell you if you know him and he's being honest, just as a kind of token dude. The guy was a real lawyer, but and he has developed a real partnership with that man and a real serious respect for him and a partnership of equals now with that man. And his children now see him working alongside as an equal a black man, which is something he never would have seen. I mean, his father was a farmer who was not racist for his time, but the only black people who would have been around him would have been his servants, really, his employees, but so much lesser. So, he has these relationships that now exist outside of that story, which I find interesting. You see that all over, that are starting to kind of escape the confines of the storyline.
Even if he has a black partner now, you did mention that he might be getting more conservative with age. And I have a general question that in your experience, do people become more conservative with age? And if you've observed that, I wonder why. Is it that everyone has a reflexive bigotry, which as you grow older, it gets more and more tiring or perhaps unnecessary to hide?
I think there's maybe, I don't know, I wouldn't say that
I mean, I actually,
instinctively.
I was thinking aloud. I said it too harshly, but
No, I mean,
um,
I think you start to feel left behind by changes. You start to feel disoriented by them. You start to feel, I'm in a generation, maybe just at the tail end, where we still were like aspiring to marriage and like monogamous partnerships and a certain type of wedding and a certain kind of in America. And now the big thing is like polyamory and totally, that's like considered more the kind of liberated and kind of advanced. And so now you have to ask yourself, am I a lame wad? Like, was I just like pursuing this totally worthless? I have a friend who's 10 years younger, who's like, has this very strident to me kind of rhetoric about how basically a certain vision of like a certain type of marital relationship was just like a sham foisted on people by capitalism. And like, it's one thing to kind of discuss that in the abstract, but then you have to ask yourself, was I a sucker? Was I just like suckered by Hallmark into like living my whole life in a certain manner? Could I just not see through? And that's a difficult thing with generational change because it makes older people, its critiques can render older people like sheep and losers who like couldn't see how they were being exploited and kind of. And even if the rhetoric is, and she will say to me, no, it's not your fault. Like, it was just like what you were being sold. But you still don't want to think that you were dumb enough to kind of drink some Kool-Aid or like, get, so.
So it's either I'm stupid or these kids are evil. These are your options.
I think that it kind of can become the option, right? I don't know. And that's a difficult position to be in. Again, it's something that interests me in particular is how well we're able to, what we do when we're faced with the challenge of revising our past and reconsidering even small kind of actions, like, I mean, small or even ones that don't seem political, like the kind of wedding you had or something, like at some point you may be called on to revise whether that was a kind of moronic thing. I feel it can be very courageous for parents who get faced, who encounter at a certain point that their child says, I had a childhood full of torment because I was in playing a gender role that didn't fit me. And you then are being called upon, in a sense, to accept that your parenting was bad, that you didn't see it. Or I had an experience with depression in my mid-30s, which was pretty like a big thing to go through. And it was also very interesting. And I kind of am glad that it happened, but it was quite it was a very big event shift. I mean, it was really kind of, but my mother joined a support group for parents of adult children experiencing like mental health woes. And a big aspect something that the children would sometimes say is like, I have all this trauma from my childhood. You ruined my life. Like, it was terrible. Like, and sometimes people are very depressed. They're very angry. They're very, you can't take it totally personally. And I will say my mother did a great job of saying like, okay, let that be your experience. But she said she encountered a lot of parents of children that were totally unable to consider that they had done anything, even unwittingly, even with good intent, but that had been painful for their child. It was too painful for them to just kind of integrate that idea. And so she even encountered parents who had just lost touch with their, just almost abandoned the relationship with their child rather than have to go back and rethink who they had been as the parent of a child. So I think I don't know, I think it's such a huge human challenge. And so maybe we do become kind of bitter and resentful as our past is being put into a different light by younger people. That's a possibility.
As Philip Larkin once said, man hands on misery to man, it deepens like a coastal shelf. Get out as early as you can and don't have any kids yourself.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Right.
So, we've got like another 20 minutes to wrap this up. So, and I could talk about your book for hours, honestly. It's just so rich and so rewarding and so complex. So I'll just ask all my listeners to go out and buy it and read it and write to you if they feel like. To move back to a sort of a general question, and I can make it a penultimate question, is that you are from America. Your early childhood interest was also in the Civil War. This is a canvas where the same sort of painting is playing itself out, but in a much slower way. And it's not so overt, perhaps, but some of these tensions are there. Some of these adjustments get made. Some of these complexities, some of these foibles of human nature come into play. Do you feel that there's something about America you understand better now that you've written this book and you've seen, you've gone through that arc of change and what it can do?
Well, I was told by many of my friends, and it wasn't something I'd even felt so triumphant about, but that they remembered that I was the one who said Trump may well win. And I thought that because of what I'd seen in South Africa, and specifically how poorly people take to the notion that they might have been wrong, that they might have been bigoted, that they might have been bad people, how hard it can be, with this particular character who had this stark experience of it. But to go from being told that he was a patriot and a hero for kind of holding certain views and then acting on them, to being told that he was kind of a shithead and a loser and a murderer. It just didn't really, he had a period, which he then left in a sense, but there was a real period of like, fuck you. My experience of Trump leading up to 2016 was that through kind of family connections, as some of the conservatives that I knew who were contemplating to vote for him, they didn't like him. They didn't really respect him. They actually thought he was crappy. I thought the left's kind of line against him as especially like that he's unfit to be president, that he's just a salesman, that he's a reality TV show, that it wasn't really going to work because that was what they liked about him in this way. Imagine you have a neighbor that you really have a feud with, and it's maybe their fault, but you're really feuding with this neighbor. And then a guy escapes from a psychiatric ward and runs naked through the neighborhood and pees all over this guy, your neighbor's lawn. You might find that pretty funny. You might find it pretty satisfying. You might not say so, but you might privately, in your house think like, yeah, serves that guy right. That was how those people viewed Trump.
No one's described Trump like this before. A guy running naked through a town peeing in someone's yard, but well done.
Yeah, if you don't like the guy whose yard he's peeing in, you're going to be like, haha, And so I think I saw that because I'd seen it more overtly, partly because that change happened so quickly and in South Africa. Another thing that I feel that I wonder about, I mean, a very huge theme in my book, which was difficult to write about and had a lot of conversations where I even am sort of present and being challenged on how I see this, but with Dupont and Malika, but they talk about it, is internalized racism. So you had a situation in South Africa where suddenly Black people had a lot of influence, a lot of power, and it was suddenly revealed the extent to which they distrusted their own Black counterparts. This Black friend I had who subconsciously assumed that the thief would be a fellow Black person. And I wonder, I don't know that we're at the point in the United States yet where we can really, it's like the presence of racism coming from white people is so sort of prominent that there's not the kind of space to see. But I've wondered, I don't know enough and I haven't investigated enough and I haven't talked to people, but, I've listened to interesting podcasts and read things about Black appreciation of Trump. I just wonder how that will manifest, because I'm certain from South Africa that it's inescapable, that it's in you too when you are marginalized. I mean, many people who work in corporate environments as women can find that some of the most misogynist people they work with are other women. It gets in there very deep. You don't, it's pervasive culturally. So I don't know that we've reached a stage in the United States where that can be kind of understood or witnessed or seen or analyzed. I'm curious about it.
I'm also curious about it, which is why I hope you keep writing books for the next 40, 50 years and allay some of this curiosity as things change. My final question for you, for me and my listeners, recommend for us books, films, music, which you love so much, which fill you with joy, that you want to share them with the whole world.
Oh, gosh. I'm sometimes criticized. I had a roommate in Kenya. I lived in Kenya for 2 years, who once said to me, for someone who's kind of well-educated and read and, just in York, you have the worst taste in music that I've ever,
what nonsense.
That I've ever encountered, because I grew up loving country music.
There's no such thing as bad taste. What is this shit? Taste is taste. You like what you like.
Yeah. I've been loving a singer right now named William Prince. He's a Canadian singer, a country singer, but he has an interesting background. He's Indigenous Canadian, and I think influences his music in very subtle ways. It's not so overt, but he just sings beautiful, beautiful love songs. I'm very interested, my interest at the moment, I'm very interested in the way we talk about love, friendship and love in American society and in South Africa. And one of the most amazing books I've read recently is called Love, a History by Simon May. He's a writer in the United Kingdom who writes a kind of almost, history of views on love. And it's not only Western, actually. Understanding of what passionate love actually is, and how to write about such a thing and think about such a thing, especially in the West in an age when one of his theses is that love has replaced religion for some people. So what people used to desire from a relationship with a god or a kind of religious sentiment they now look for in love. So that's one that I would recommend. Let me try to think of a final. And finally, so South Africa was a more closed society. It's interesting. A lot of people, I think, got a lot of information about South Africa. Some people will have read books on it or followed the anti-apartheid struggle and kind of have an impression of it who are outsiders, but the information flow didn't go the other way. My partner, as I mentioned, is a photographer, and he grew up, he was born also in 1970, as it happens, and grew up, so he was a teenager under apartheid, Greek heritage, white South African. It was a schooling that was extremely censored. He left the country in 1988 so as not to be drafted. He would have been drafted into the military, the same as Christo, who I wrote about. And he said 30% it was due to an opposition to apartheid. But to be honest, 70% was I didn't want to go to boot camp and be in the fucking army. So he left for a week-long vacation, quote unquote, to visit his grandmother in England and didn't go back for 2 years or 3. Yeah. And he bartended to make money and he wandered around Europe and he found himself in Berlin in late 1989 with his camera. And he said, I started taking photographs. Things seemed quite chaotic. And then people were tearing some buildings down. And I thought, oh, they're demolishing some stuff in the city center. And then I thought, wow, people seem really fired up about tearing this stuff down. And suddenly I realized I was watching the fall of the Berlin Wall. But the movement to tear down the Berlin Wall was the news wasn't allowed to enter South Africa. It was censored because the government became hopelessly torn. On the one hand, they wanted to present themselves as anti-communist, but then when those anti-communist popular rebellions became really big, they didn't want to bring in the news of like a popular rebellion that was being really successful in tearing down a government. So, so South African music was really very influenced by American music, very influenced by American jazz, very American in a lot of ways. It didn't have a lot of overlap with like West African kora playing, this very, very atmospheric kind of these incredible African music traditions. It was really cut off from that. But just now there's a musical movement called Amapiano. AMA piano, which means the piano nation. Ama is nation in Zulu, AmaZulu. And it is this incredible, it's kind of electronic. It's a little like house music, but not like doof, doof, doof. It's beautiful kind of mixing of South African music traditions and an African musical instruments, a kind of even some Arab influences from North Africa.
Any specific artists or songs or albums you?
There's an artist called Kwezi, who's a singer who collaborates with a lot of Kwezi, Khwezi. But if people Google Amapiano on YouTube, Amapiano hits, Amapiano playlist, it's a smallish movement, but it's the big thing in South African music right now, which has an incredible musical tradition. And it's also an interesting environment, again, slightly outside of the political. There's a lot of dislike of foreigners in South Africa for complex reasons that I go into in the book. You'll read it. Yeah. Very, very complicated and psychological. And South Africa has its own immigration from the rest of Africa. It's very developed. But in this musical realm, they're integrating Congolese singers, kind of elevating them, collaborating with Zimbabwean singers. That's been a long tradition, but Congolese, Kenyan, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon. It's really a beautiful genre that's being kind of birthed. The New Yorker had a decent, it was okay. It had an article kind of introducing it, so people can look that up too.
I'm going to listen to Amapiano and I'm going to check out everything else you mentioned. Eve, thank you so much. It's been wonderful. And
thank you.
I love
This has been great. Yeah.
if you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, head on over to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and buy The Inheritors by E. Fairbanks. You can follow her on Twitter at E. Fairbanks, that's one word. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AmitVarma. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and any podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.